Media Sports presentation. North Platte Community College Night Athletics on FM 98.1 and AM 1410 are brought to you by Another Round Sports Bar and Grill at River's Edge Golf Course. Premier Toyota, let's go places. Kroll Clinic Physical Therapy and Athletic Enhancement. Smokin' Double D's at Butch's in Hershey, The Gathering Spot, and the Justin Thompson Agency, American Family Insurance.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That one rocketed into right field, back at the wall. That one's a grand slam. Amaya Blake Cosper has done it. That's a grand salami.
Today's game also brought to you in part by the D&N Event Center, Mid-Plains Community College, Runza, Great Plains Foot and Ankle, Farm Bureau Financial, Larry's Glass, Dave's Place, Puro Clean, Bill Summers Ford Honda Lincoln Nissan, Great Plains Health, Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment.
Rubel will deliver in. Grace will rock that one. It gets out of the glove of Katie Taylor, so another run will come home.
And Shelter Insurance, Pete Falls and Brent Rogo. Watch today's game live at NorthPlattePost.com. Brought to you by WB's Fun Center and Brigham's. Here's the voice of the Knights, Paxton Gordon.
Howdy, everyone. Welcome into the Bill Smith Softball Complex here in Hastings. It's time for some more softball, the start of the last three series for the season for North Platte Community College and the Knights as they take on Hastings College JV today before they again travel on the road, a distant road, to face their last two opponents before the Region 9 tournament. Have Northeastern Junior College coming up next Tuesday, and then Fort Hays Tech Northwest the Sunday after that before they begin the Region 9 tournament in postseason play. Knights currently on a 8-game losing streak now, 4-20 on the season, 0-8 in the Region 9 conference, facing Hastings College JV in their limited schedule, 1-2 on the season, 0-2 on at home, and then 1-0 on the road. They took down Concordia in their last matchup, 7-3. Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. The question's going to be, which Knights team are we going to get today, and how are they going to face against a Hastings College JV squad that this season hasn't gotten a lot of games, but that's just how Hastings College JV goes. Of course, a 4-year school, you got to play their JV squad instead of their main squad, so a lot of these players are up and down, but also really trying to figure out who is going to be played where in which direction. Again, Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. The big change for the side of the Knights coming into today, Sheena Smith, who normally starts all of game number ones this season for the Knights, is the substitute player for today. She's been dealing with an injury that was really prevalent in the last night's matchup versus the side of Northeastern as well as Southeast, so she is not going to get the start. Today, Sarah Perez will be taking over as the main pitcher in this game at number one. A lot of change-ups around the lineup because of it, so we'll see how the Knights are going to be able to handle that when we come back here to the Bill Smith Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop Save money at the pump and quick stop with the Dino Pay app. Dino Pay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings to Sinclair Dino Pay, saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
Hungry for real slow smoked barbecue? Smoking Double D's in Hershey has you covered. Locally owned and operated, they smoke their meats low and slow for mouth-watering flavor. Open Tuesday through Saturday, they're serving up barbecue favorites all day long. Craving something special? Don't miss chicken fried steak every Friday night and prime rib every Saturday. That's Smoking Double D's, where greatness happens overnight. And every bite is worth the wait.
Buying a car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrollClinic.com, that's KRULL Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
North Platte Community College Sports on FM 98.1 and AM 1410 KOOQ AM North Platte. Enjoy a great home-cooked breakfast from Merrick's Ranch House, Tuesday through Sunday from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com. Use DoorDash or call 532-8200 for carryout.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to, of course, the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. It is time for our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen District of North Platte offers 24 plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Hey, plus they also have available the ice cream trailer for all your outdoor events because, yes, it may not look like it from how the weather's going to turn out this weekend, but the summertime is upon us pretty soon here, so you might need that outdoor trailer for all your events. Let's jump into the starting lineups here for Hastings College. JV Claire Kimbrough out left field, will be leading off with Gracie Graff in shortstop. Carly Shaw at first base, Kyla Humphreys in right field, Michael Schmitz in the catching position, and a familiar face, Juliana Ortiz from North Platte in center field. Morgan Arias at third base, Mallory Brinkerhoff, the designated player, Jasmine Robles at second base, and then on the mound, Emma Luna for the Broncos of Hastings College, JV. As for North Platte Community College and the Knights, Elise Moreno at third base, Victoria Arellano at shortstop. Of course, normally she's out in center field, but moving to shortstop today was Sheena Smith, of course, out with that injury. Evan Hutchinson behind home plate. Sarah Perez on the mound. Ren Herrick in right field. Bianca Tyne at second base. Sophia Foster at first. Callie Clemens in left field, and then Afia Hunt in center field. As here comes Elise Moreno to lead things off for North Platte Community College against Emma Luna. She'll see ball number one for the first pitch to the third baseman in today's game. This season for Elise Moreno, .390 batting average, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs for North Platte Community College and the Knights, as Luna's next pitch will once again be outside for ball number 2. Last time that we saw the, I don't even say scene, but Hastings College JV, their last game was, yes, Monday. That's last Monday. They just started their season last Thursday, the 10th. They went through Central Community College and the Raiders. They fell in both those games. 6-4 game number 1, 19-1 in game number 2, but defeated Concordia 7-3 on Monday, now facing the Knights in a doubleheader. And to lead things off, Elise Moreno is going to take a stroll on over to first base following the 4-pitch walk to lead things off, with Victoria Arellano up next as the speedy Elise Moreno on over at first, Heaven Hutchinson on deck, and then the power hitter Sarah Perez in the hole as the next pitch from Luna. A fastball is down low for ball number 1. The count is 1-0 with a runner at first base for the side of the Knights, as Luna now will get the sign in from Schmitz and fire another one. Great bunt put down by Victoria Arellano. The throw to first is not going to be in time as it's over the head of the first baseman. They're going to bring on Elise Moreno home, and the runner gets thrown out at home base. So the Knights push their luck a little too much. Great bunt from Victoria Arellano that will get her all the way over to second, but unfortunately, Elise Moreno gets tagged out trying to come home. So with that, one out already here. In this top of the first inning, a runner in scoring position at second. The Knights tried to score early after a great bunt from Arellano, but unfortunately just could not get there in time, with Elise Moreno coming home all the way from first on an error from the Broncos infield. But here comes Heaven Hutchinson now up to bat, and of course the North Platte High School Bulldog native. Hutchinson, .368 batting average, a slow swing and miss on the first pitch from Luna for strike number 1. 5 doubles on the season, 1 home run, 10 RBIs for the Knights. As Arellano on over at second as Luna's 0-1. That one rocket out to the gap in right center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Are they going to bring Arellano home? And they look like they are. And just like that, the Knights will get not only their second hit today, but also a stand-up double for Heaven Hutchinson, as the Knights will take a 1-0 lead already in this top of the first inning for the power hitter Sarah Perez. Perez, who comes into today's game with the most home runs on the team at 3. Now facing Emma Luna for the first time, with Hutchinson in scoring position at second base. That fastball going to be outside for ball number 1 to Perez. Ren Herrick on deck with Bianca Tyen in the hole for North Platte Community College, as Luna's 1-0 pitch. I don't want getting away a little bit from Schmitz behind home plate, but not far enough to advance Hutchinson at second. So currently it's a 2-0 count here in this top of the first inning. Knights with a 1-0 lead with 1 out. The 2-0 pitch. Titans signed for ball 3. So Luna has already thrown 8 balls in her 11 pitches so far. Struggling to find good placement in the zone, so Perez just going to probably keep the bat on the shoulder. The 3-0. And that's back in there. You say, of course, the caster curse is real. You bring it up, and she'll put one right back in the zone. 3-1 the count. Now to Sarah Perez with 1 down here in this top of the first inning. 3-1. That one into the glove of second baseman Gracie Graff, and they won't convert the double play, but there's a line drive out to Graff on over at shortstop. And just like that, there's 2 down already in this top of the first, though the Knights hold on to a 1-0 lead as Ren Herrick comes up to bat, as she'll turn on one and bloop it high into the sky, but it'll fall short and into foul territory for strike number 1. It's 0-1 the count with 2 down. This season for Ren Herrick, .257 batting average, 5 RBIs, 2 doubles, and a home run to her name. As a runner still at second with 2 outs here in this top of the first inning, being Heaven Hutchinson. Bianca Tyen on deck with Sophia Foster in the hole. Foster getting some more playing time, of course, with Sheena Smith being down with the injury. Herrick swings and misses on a pitch upstairs for strike number 2. 1-2 the count with 2 down now on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. This top of the first inning is Emma Luna looking for her first strikeout today. The 1-2. Swing and a miss, and down goes Ren Herrick swinging, and that is how this inning will come to an end. The Knights did have a runner in scoring position, unfortunately could not convert. And with that, we're going to the bottom of the first, a 1-0 lead in favor of North Platte Community College and the Knights over the Broncos of Hastings College JV. When we come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Looking for midweek fun? River's Edge Golf Club has you covered. Wednesday, test your knowledge at Trivia Night, kicking off at 7 p.m. Gather your team and show off those brainy skills. Thursday, it's Burger Night. Buy one delicious, juicy burger and get the second half off. Now that's a deal worth swinging for. And with the weather warming up, it's the perfect time to hit the greens. Call now to book your tee time. River's Edge Golf Club, where good times and great golf meet.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care, where there is premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrollClinic.com, that's K-R-U-L-L Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
North Platte Post Sports.
North Platte, welcome back here, North Platte Community College and the Knights at the moment leading over Hastings College JV and the Broncos 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning, following a big hit from Heaven Hutchinson that resulted in the Knights going up again 1-0, and they now will go to the pitching side of things with Sarah Perez, who is taking over on the mound here today. Normally, of course, we see Sheena Smith starting the game off, but after her injury in game number 1 against Northeastern Junior College, the coaching staff been taking it a little safe with Sheena Smith, as she is a substitute player today. So with that, Sarah Perez is on the mound, a 10.96 ERA. She's given up 1 home run, 2 strikeouts, has walked 5 in her 7.23 or 7 2/3 innings of work. Our half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as well as our other Sports Zone sponsors here for today's game. Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota, you'll find a friendly and easy to work with staff that'll help you find the perfect car for you. Whether you're looking for something new or pre-owned, Premier Toyota has a wide selection of vehicles for you to choose on. As well as another round bar and grill where fun meets fine dining. First pitch from Perez into the zone for strike number 1. This bottom of the first inning against Claire Kimbrough, who's leading off for the Broncos. Is another pitch from Perez. This time will skirt upstairs for ball number 1. It's a 1-1 count. Knights got a 1-0 lead following a big double into the gap in right center from Heaven Hutchinson that scored Victoria Arellano early on. As another pitch from Perez is inside for ball 2. It's 2-1 the count. Of course, Perez with her only 7 innings of work hasn't really seen much time on the mound, just thanks to how great she is at third base. As the next pitch from Perez is down low for ball 3. So after starting the pitching order in this top of the first with a strike, 3 straight balls afterwards, and now looking to avoid walking leadoff batter Claire Kimbrough. 3-1. And there goes Kimbrough on over to first following the walk. And with that, now up to bat comes Gracie Graff, shortstop, who caught the line drive hit from Sarah Perez in the top of the first inning when she was up to bat. Now has a runner at first, being Kimbrough. Carly Shaw on deck with Kyla Humphreys in the hole. As that next pitch from Perez is up the zone for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. As it's a relatively calm day outside, not a cloud in sight. That one's grounded on over to third, picked up by Marlise Moreno, but unfortunately she bobbled it, transitioning it from the glove to her hand, and with that, both runners will get aboard following the error from Moreno at third base. So another runner gets on for the Knights, or not for the Knights, for the Broncos here early on this bottom of the first. Kimbrough at second, Graff at first, and of course Elise Moreno moving to third in today's game with Perez on the mound. As that one's popped up, gloved up by Bianca Tyan. Throw to second. It's in time. That's a double play for the Knights defense. A pop-up to Bianca Tyan at second base, and she flings it over to second for the double play. And just like that, 2 down now in this inning to bring up to bat Kyla Humphreys. The runner at first being Gracie Graff, as first pitch from Sarah Perez is in there for strike number 1. Still a 1-0 lead for North Platte Community College and the Knights, as Perez trying to get out of this inning without giving up a run. And next pitch upstairs for ball 1, 1-1 now. With 2 outs in this bottom of the first. On deck, Michael Schmitz with Juliana Ortiz in the hole for Hastings College JV. As Perez now with the 1-1. Down low, runner's going to split on over to second. The throw to second will get there in time, but way short. That's a stolen base for Gracie Graff, and now there's a runner in scoring position at second base, as Humphreys now facing a 2-1 count will get set into the batter's box as Perez's next pitch is delivered. Fastball inside for ball 3. 3-1 the count. Now to Humphreys, as Perez will step into the circle, get the sign from Hutchinson and deliver. That one bounced on over to Bianca Tyan to second, but goes right through her glove. That'll most certainly score a run, and it will do so. And just like that, we have a tied-up ball game. An RBI single from Kyla Humphreys, and just like that, we are tied at 1 apiece in this bottom of the first inning from an RBI single from Kyla Humphreys. Just goes through the legs of Bianca Tyan as she sprinted over to get in position to glove the ball up, but just not in time. And here comes Schmitz up to bat for the first time. A runner at first. Juliana Ortiz on deck. Morgan Arias in the hole for the Broncos. Still 2 down in this bottom of the first inning. As that first pitch from Perez is upstairs for ball number 1. It's a 1-0 count. 14 pitches already. 9 balls, 5 strikes for Perez as she delivers her next one. One also skirting this time to the outside part for ball number 2. 2-0 the count from Sarah Perez. As next pitch, that one very low in the dirt as that got away from Perez, and now she's staring down the barrel of walking Schmitz for the second batter today that she would have walked. Came into the game with 5 total walks on the season. Try not to add to another, and she will unfortunately add to another as it's down in the dirt for ball 4, a 4-pitch walk. And now here comes Juliana Ortiz, of course from North Platte High School, committed to North Platte Community College 2 years ago before the program didn't have a season last year after the firing of head coach Janelle Higgins, as she'll swing and pop one up. Falls fair, and it gets away from Sophia Foster, but they'll say it's foul, as unfortunately, if you're a Broncos fan, did not cross the first base bag. And with that, strike number 1 to Juliana Ortiz. Morgan Arias on deck with Mallory Brinkerhoff in the hole for the Broncos. Runners at second and first with 2 down. A 1-1 ball game on our wicked fast scoreboard. Next pitch, from Sarah Perez, bounces off the ankle of Juliana Ortiz, and just like that, after being hit by a pitch, she'll stroll the first and load the bases for Morgan Arias, who's up to bat. As Perez is trying to find that elusive final out, which has plagued the Knights for, my good heavens, a majority of the last 4 years. As any time it really gets to 2 down, team just seizes up and struggles to find that final out, but a good bounce back pitch from Perez as she gets one in for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now to Arias. Brinkerhoff on deck and Robles in the hole for the Broncos. The 0-1 pitch way upstairs for ball number 1 to Morgan Arias, 21 pitches for Perez, still struggling to find good consistency into the zone. 14 balls, 7 strikes. The 1-1 on the way. Foul to the net. Strike number 2. It's a 1-2 count. The Broncos half of the bottom of the first. As Perez will get the ball back and get reset. Arias back into the batter's box. 1-2 the count here on our Wicked Fast scoreboard as Sarah Perez delivers. Off speed is off the mark as it's in the dirt. Hutchinson had to scoot a little bit to pick it up. 2-2 with 2 down. Runners on every single base pad, but 2 down in the bottom of the first. As here comes the 2-2 pitch. Popped up, and Hutchinson cannot get there in time, so another foul ball that results in yet again another opportunity for Morgan Arias. Base is still loaded for Sarah Perez as she tries to avoid giving up more than she already has in this bottom of the first. The 2-2. Way upstairs for ball 3. As Hutchinson had to fly up from her catcher's position to grab it. 3-2 the count now. A walk would score a run. As Perez reaching deep to find the strike zone. The 3-2 pitch popped up, pulling now into the grandstands and foul. As the wind blowing at a nice gust of about 10 to 15 from left to right, almost from third base to the first base side. As here comes the 3-2 pitch. It's upstairs, ball 4. And just like that, another runner has come across for the side of Hastings College JV. A 2-1 lead. Our Wicked Fast scoreboard as the next pitch from Sarah Perez is in there for strike number 1 to Mallory Brinkerhoff. As Perez now with her next pitch is upstairs. It's a 1-1 count here early on. As big swing and a miss from Brinkerhoff for strike 2. Oh, 0-2 with 2 outs as Sarah Perez now looking to end this inning right here. It's in there, strike 3, and that's how this inning will come to an end. We go now to the top of the second inning. Knights trailing 2-1 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard, and we come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Starting something new can be challenging. Mid-Plains Community College, we see what it takes to build your dreams and through our educational instruction, make them a reality. Whether you are learning a new skill that can take your professional career to the next level, or you're looking to change your life through our educational offerings, you can build a successful future. Enroll today and begin transforming your future at npcc.edu. That's npcc.edu.
We're always something right around the corner. Quick Stop
Save money at the pump and quick stop with the Dino Pay app. Dino Pay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings. The Sinclair Dino Pay saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
Hungry for real slow smoked barbecue? Smoking Double D's in Hershey has you covered. Locally owned and operated, they smoke their meats low and slow for mouth-watering flavor. Open Tuesday through Saturday, they're serving up barbecue favorites all day long. Craving something special? Don't miss chicken fried steak every Friday night and prime rib every Saturday. That's Smoking Double D's, where greatness happens overnight. And every bite is worth the wait.
Runza's Barbecue Bacon Swiss Burger is for barbecue lovers.
I respect barbecue.
That's great, Carl.
No, you don't understand. The balance of sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, the crispiness of the bacon, the way Swiss cheese just melts over everything. It's an art form.
So you approve?
I'm having a moment here.
Try the Barbecue Bacon Swiss Burger at Runza, because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Every step should feel great, but if foot pain, bunions, heel spurs, or injuries are slowing you down, Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists is here to help. Their expert team of doctors provide top-notch care, from routine foot health to advanced treatments and surgery. Whether you're an athlete, always on the go, or just tired of aching feet, they'll get you back on your feet pain-free. Step into comfort. Call Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists today, or see them online at gpfootandankle.com.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It's currently a 2-2 count to the next up hitter here following the out from Bianca Tyens, who is Sophia Foster, as Emma Luna's next pitch is upstairs for ball 3. It's 3-2 the count now. Foster has yet to record a hit this season for the Knights in her 6 at-bats, but doesn't need to, and she's going to be walked on over to first, as it's currently a two-one lead in favor of Hastings College JV. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as here's Callie Clemens up to bat. Clemens, who normally sits at first base, now moved to left field. Take a big old swing and a miss. It's 0-2 the count now to Callie Clemens. As this season for Clemens, .233 batting average with 3 RBIs. Looking to move Sophia Foster from first, as that fastball is outside for ball 1. It's 1-2 the count now with 1 down in this top of the second inning. Fia Hunt on deck with Elise Moreno in the hole for the Knights. That next pitch upstairs for ball number 2 to Clemens. 2-2 the count. Foster on over at first base for North Platte Community College. They trail 2-1 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Swing and a miss by Clemens, and she goes now swinging for out number 2 in this top of the second for Afia Hunt. Another North Platte native, as Hunt, .242 batting average, 6 RBIs, does have a home run and 2 doubles to her name this season. We'll see a pitch from Emma Luna that is outside for ball number 1. Luna, so far in her 30 pitches, 16 balls to 14 strikes, is the 1-0. Low again for ball 2. If Hunt gets walked, that'll bring up Elise Moreno to the bat. Of course, she got on in the top of the first. The 2-0 pitch, making that 3-0, is trying to paint the outside part, but unfortunately it's not finding the zone. 3-0 on 2 down in this top of the second on our Wicked Fast scoreboard for Emma Luna, as her 3-0 is now down low for ball number for ball number 4, and with that, the infield will come have a discussion with Miss Emma Luna following that walk. So there's 2 runners on for Elise Moreno to come up to bat. She, of course, walked in her first plate appearance, got thrown out after a throw at first, following the bunt from Arellano, who's up next, got over the head of Jasmine Robles, and because of that, the lead would have been 2-2 going into this inning if Moreno was able to come home with it. So Luna now will fire in the second time to Moreno, it'll be upstairs for ball number 1, 2 down in this top of the second. Runners at first and second. Sophia Foster at second, Afia Hunt at first base, as Luna now with her 1-0. Make that a quick, I was going to say 2-0, but it sneaks into the zone for strike number 1. 1-1 the count to the third baseman. Arellano on deck with Hutchinson in the hole for North Platte Community College as the 1-1. In there for strike number 2 on a fastball. It's 1-2 now. With 2 down in the top of the second, a runner in scoring position for the Knights. They trail 2-1 early in this ball game. The 1-2 pitch. Way outside for ball 2. Moreno to, while being down in the count, not take a hasty swing. As now with Luna into the circle, here comes her 2-2 pitch. Popped up, but that'll be pulled into the grandstands for another 2-2 count. Perfect opportunity for this Knights top half of the order, which has been so strong this season, to once again produce some big runs and either tie or retake the lead. As Luna gets the sign from Schmitz and delivers the 2-2. That's outside for ball 3. And now, just like an inning ago against Sarah Perez, Emma Luna now in trouble of potentially loading the bases with this next 3-2 pitch. That one's turned on, shallow left field, and it'll fall foul. Second foul ball of this at-bat. And now once again, Elise Moreno will go up to bat with the opportunity to either load the bases or turn on one and bring maybe 1 or 2 runs home. 3-2 the count as Luna delivers. Once again, fouled off by Elise Moreno. Just got a little bit of the bat on it, but was able to tip it off enough to warrant another attempt. 3-2. 2 down. Knights trailing 2-1 early in this ballgame. The 3-2. It's down low and almost in the dirt for ball 4, so good patience from Moreno to draw the walk, and now the bases are loaded for Victoria Arellano. She got on with a beautifully placed bunt in her first plate appearance. Had almost scored Moreno from first, but fortunately Moreno got thrown out at home. As first pitch in from Luna is down low for ball 1 on deck. Heaven Hutchinson with Sarah Perez in the hole for the Knights. As here comes the 44th pitch already in this game for Emma Luna. That gets into center field. 1 run will score. They're going to bring another one home, being Heaven Hutchinson, and that is an RBI, a 2 RBI single for Victoria Arellano. And just like that, the Knights come away with 2 big runs and now take a 3-2 lead here in this top of the second inning against the Broncos for Heaven Hutchinson. Luna now at 44 pitches, 24 balls, 20 strikes in this game number 1 between these two teams, as the wind now starting to pick up just a little bit more. Not supposed to be an extremely gusty day like we've seen so far this season, but 15-20, not something to scoff at, as Luna gets the sign in from Schmitz and delivers her first pitch to Hutchinson. And it's down low for Ball number 1. She doubled in her first plate appearance to the gap in right center. That brought home Arellano in the Knights' top of the first inning. They now lead 3-2 on the Wicked Fast scoreboard as that one's grounded softly fouled on the third base side. The count is now 1-1 in this top of the second inning. As the Knights try to find in these last 3 road series before tournament time some decent momentum and break this 8-game losing streak. As the 1-1 pitch in there, strike number 2. As there goes on over to third base, Elise Moreno. So that's a stolen bag for the Knights. Now have runners at the corners with 2 down as Hutchinson trying to keep the inning alive as time is called for an adjustment from the Broncos. 1-2 with 2 outs here in this top of the second inning. Knights leading 3-2. As here comes said 1-2 pitch. That one's popped up sky high, going out to center field. Juliana Ortiz running on to get it, but it's Gracie Graff who dropped the softball, and that is going to be a run coming home for the Knights. Another error, this time on the infield from Gracie Graff at shortstop. Allows a run to come home for the Knights. It's the second error already today for the Broncos, as the Knights now lead 4-2. 3 runs have come across in this inning for North Platte Community College. As up to bat now comes Sarah Perez. She line drived out to Gracie Graff at shortstop in her first plate appearance. Saw a pitch outside for ball number 1. As the next pitch. That time tight inside, but still ball number 2. 2 down in this inning. The Knights have gotten 3 runs to come across in this top of the second. The 2-0 turned on by Perez, but it blitzed foul. That would have been a big hit if it just barely stayed fair, but because of that, it's 2-1 the count now from Sarah Perez. Hutchinson at second, Arellano at second, Hutchinson at first base for North Platte Community College. As Luna gets the side from Schmitz, and now here comes her 2-1 pitch. That one slowly tapped on over to third. Easy step on for Arias, and that is how this inning will come to an end. Not before 3 runs came across for North Platte Community College and the offense. They now lead 4-2, and we come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
You're hungry and you don't want to cook. Time for Dave's.
You know how it goes. It's 6 p.m. already and nothing's planned for dinner. Let Dave's Place take care of it. With dine-in and carry-out, your family's meal is taken care of.
And Dave's Place has the big game on.
A family atmosphere with plenty of TVs to watch all the matchups you want. With homemade pizza, wings of almost any flavor, and nightly drink specials, Dave's Place won't let you down for dinner.
Dave's Place, 1510 East 4th Street, North Platte, or online at davesplacemp.com.
Whoop, whoop.
Whether you're a weekend warrior, youth, or professional athlete, the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team has you covered. The team includes orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, and other healthcare specialists who spend their time at local high school and college sporting events, ensuring that athletes stay as injury-free as possible. In the event of an injury, the team remains committed to returning athletes to competition as quickly and safely as possible.
Contact the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team by calling 308-568-7456.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Bottom of the second inning, Knights with a 2-run lead over Hastings College JV, and the Broncos 4-2 as the Knights are able to come alive with some more good runs in the top of the second, thanks to not only a couple of errors, well, one specifically big error from the Broncos, but also a good pair of walks and hits. Can they hold it down, though, on the defensive side? Again, Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. And also thank you to our Sports Zone sponsors, Justin Thompson Family Agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch quality service no matter what type of insurance you are looking for. As first pitch from Perez into Jasmine Robles is outside for ball one, and then another one that's out of the zone for quick 2 balls. And the 32 pitches from Sarah Perez, 20 of them have been for a ball, while 12 have gone into the zone for strikes. Also thank you to Dr. Chris Kroll and his crew at Kroll Clinic, located at the Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte, as well as McCook, where they specialize in sports injuries, helping you get back into the game faster. 2-1 now the count to Robles, with Claire Kimbrough on deck and Gracie Graff in the hole for the Broncos. Lightly tapped to Bianca Tynes at second. Throw on over to first in time, and that is how Robles will start this bottom of the second for the Broncos, as here comes Claire Kimbrough. She walked in her first plate appearance against Sarah Perez, looking to do the exact same this time around. And her second at-bat is the first pitch from Perez is just down below the knees for ball number 1. It's 1-0 the count with 1 out. The 1-0. Another one that's unable to sneak into the zone. 2-0 the count with nobody on and 1 out in the bottom of the second inning on our wicked fast scoreboard. Knights leading 4-2 against the Broncos of Hastings College JV. No good again on a pitch from Perez, just too low. And that's really been the early synopsis from both teams. Struggling to find good consistency into the strike zone as the 3-0 pitch. And as you bring it up, great bounce back pitch from Sarah Perez as she this time finds the strike zone. 3-1 with 1 out. Gracie Graff on deck with Carly Shaw in the hole. Oh, that next pitch from Perez too low. And there is ball number 4, and with that, Kimbrough goes on over to first base to now bring up to bat for the side of the Broncos. Gracie Graff, she reached on an error in her first plate appearance as Moreno just couldn't come up with the softball, as it's a quick fastball up high but in the zone for strike number 1. Kimbrough on over at first, 1 out in the bottom of the second inning. Knights leading 4-2. Our wicked fast scoreboard, Carly Shaw on deck with Kyla Humphreys in the hole. The 0-1. Way upstairs, runner's going to go on over to second. Throw from Hutchinson once again is just a tad bit short for Arellano, and that's a successfully stolen base for Claire Kimbrough. And now it's a 1-1 count to Gracie Graff with a runner in scoring position at second base, being Kimbrough. As Perez now will step back into the circle and wind up her 1-1. Another off speed this time, too high for ball number 2. 2-1 the count to Graff. 26 balls, 16 strikes for Sarah Perez so far in this ball game. As the 2-1. Oh, that one almost and will get away from Heaven Hutchinson for ball 3 as it is fired really far behind Gracie Graff. As Perez now 3-1 the count. Trying to avoid another walk in today's game. Already has 2 so far. The 3-1 popped up, drifting towards Sophia Foster at first base, and she's able to sneak under it and glove it for out number 2. A good little pop-up from Sarah Perez to record the second out as Foster scampered over from first to get it, as here comes Carly Shaw. She flew out to Bianca Tyen in her first plate appearance that resulted in a double play. Her first at-bat, we'll see a pitch from Perez that's in there for strike number 1. This bottom of the second. Broncos do have a runner in scoring position, being Claire Kimbrough at second base, the leadoff batter. As Perez with her 0-1 delivers. Way upstairs, there's ball 2. It's ball 1. It's 1-1 the count with 2 outs here in this bottom of the second inning. In this doubleheader between these two teams. Kyla Humphreys on deck with Michael Schmitz in the hole. The 1-1. Low again from Perez. Just didn't have enough oomph behind it to almost get to the plate. 2-1 with 2 down in our Weekend Fast scoreboard. A 4-2 lead for North Platte Community College and the Knights. The 2-1. Well, that blazing fastball is blazed up a little too high as it's 3-1 the count. Still 2 down in this bottom of the second as Perez will get the sign from Hutchinson and deliver. And that one, ooh, as Carly Shaw thought that was above the zone, but home plate umpire called it in, so it's now a 3-2 count for Carly Shaw. As Perez now winding up her full count pitch. And that time it's too low, and with that, Shaw will walk on over to first. Third walk today for Sarah Perez. She's still all smiles on the mound. Runners at second and first for the Broncos. Kimbrough at second, and Shaw at first for Kyla Humphreys, who singled in her first plate appearance into center field through the legs of Bianca Tyan as that pitch drags Evan Hutchinson away from the catching position for ball 1, 1-0 the count. Michael Schmitz on deck, and then Juliana Ortiz in the hole. The 1-0. Turned on, but bounced foul for strike number 1. It's 1-1 the count with 2 down for this Knights defense, which has put together some standout performances this season, but just like the pitching with this young staff, a little inconsistent at times, as here comes the 1-1. That one's low around the ankles for ball 2, 2-1 the count. Of course, that's what you're going to get when you get such a youthful group with only 1 sophomore, 2 sophomores this season. The 2-1. Now it's upstairs above the lettering this time. Ball 3. And now Perez is staring down the barrel of walking Kyla Humphreys and loading the bases for a second straight inning. The 3-1 pitch. And she will, unfortunately, load the bases. That one smidge outside, and here comes Schmidt, who walked in her previous plate appearance for Hastings College JV. On deck being Juliana Ortiz with Morgan Arias in the hole for the Broncos. Bases loaded. Claire Kimbrough at third. Carly Shaw at second. Kyla Humphreys on deck. Schmitz walked in her previous plate appearance against Perez. And now we'll see a fastball in the zone for strike number 1. Still a 4-2 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard in favor of North Platte Community College and the Knights. As the 0-1 off speed is up high. For ball number 1, 1-1 the count with 2 down. The bases loaded. 4-2 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard for North Platte Community College and the Knights over the Broncos of Hastings College JV. The 1-1 slowly tapped back to Sarah Perez with the throw to first, being in plenty of time, and that's how this inning does come to an end. The Knights are able to get out of a bases-loaded jam once again as we head now to the top of the third inning. A 4-2 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard when we come back to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
For the ultimate fun day out, start at Brigham's Tap Room with a brand new menu you won't want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams on our big screens. Pair the excitement with amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience at Brigham's Tap Room. Room. And when you're ready for more fun, head over to Wild Bill's Fun Center. Dive into our action-packed arcade, knock down pins in our bowling alley, and gear up for an epic laser tag battle. There's something for everyone at Wild Bill's, where the fun never stops.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com, as we're in the top of the third inning for North Platte Community College and the Knights as they're battling against Hastings College JV and the Broncos. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, helping Nebraska families, farmers, and businesses for more than 50 years. As well as our other sponsors for today's game. That's right, Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998. Now bringing those services to the North Platte area. As Ren Herrick will drive one foul down the third base side for strike number 2. It's a 1-2 count to Ren Herrick, the right fielder. Bianca tying on deck with Sophia Foster in the hole against Emma Luna. The 1-2 turned on by Herrick, but once again, like the previous at-bat, struck foul. So the count still stands at 1-2 for the Knights, who have a 4-2 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard in our game number 1 of this doubleheader between the Knights and the Broncos. As Luna's now 1-2. Swing and a miss. Drop third strike. Throw on over to first is in time. And down goes Ren Herrick for the first out of this top of the third inning for Bianca Tynes, who checks in today with a fly out to Jasmine Robles in her first plate appearance. Has Sophia Foster on deck, and then Callie Clemens in the hole for North Platte Community College as Luna's first pitch sneaks on into the zone for strike number 1. 0-1 the count. Luna now at 58 pitches, 30 strikes, 28 balls, has done a much better job in this really second and third inning of wrangling balls back into the strike zone, as that's down low for ball 1. 1-2 the count as that squeaks right past Luna. Of course, Hastings College JV, a 4-year school, comes with, of course, the upper level squad, the varsity squad, and then the junior varsity squad. There's the 1-1 now from Luna. Turned on by Bianca Tynes, shallow right field. It stays fair, and that's a single to Bianca Tynes, exactly what she wanted in this latter half of the season. Not having the best of hitting statistics this year for the freshman, but collects a big hit there. That is another hit for the Knights. And with that, here comes Sophia Foster, who walked in her first plate appearance. Of course, Hastings College JV squad with two, well, not even the JV squad, but Hastings College in general, with 2 former North Platte Community College members on the team. Of course, Juliana Ortiz out in center field as Luna's first pitch into Foster is upstairs for ball number 1, and the second, who is a senior this season, playing on the varsity squad, Angelina Lockhart. Of course, coached by Janelle Higgins before she was let go of last season. Next pitch from Emma Luna in the zone for strike number 1. 1-1 the count with 1 out. So it's always good to see former Knights players continuing their college career onwards past the junior college level, as the 1-1 down low for ball 2. 2-1 the count with 1 out. 4-2 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard favor of North Platte Community College. Runner at first being Bianca Tyen. She takes off, swing and a miss. The drop ball from Michael Schmitz will allow Tyen to scamper on over to first, but late call from the home plate umpire will say that it was a foul-tipped ball from Sophia Foster, so Tyens will have to take the little walk on over back to first. So it's a 2-2 count now to the first baseman, Foster, as Luna gets the sign from Schmitz and delivers. That one, once again, fouled off by Foster. So we'll still stay at 2-2. On deck, Callie Clemens with Afia Hunt in the hole for North Platte Community College. Here comes another 2-2 pitch. Foster turns on one. It goes to center field. Falls just in front of Juliana Ortiz, and that is going to be another single and another hit for the Knights. And back-to-back at-bats, they find a hit and now have a runner at first and second with one out for Callie Clemens. Yes, even though she struck out swinging in her last plate appearance, still an ever dangerous bat. As it's Tyens at second, Foster at first for the Knights with one out in the top of the third inning as Callie Clemens tried to lay the bunt down and she foul tips it off for strike number one. 0-1 the count now to the left fielder in today's game. Of course, Clemens normally plays first base, but with the injury to Sheena Smith, Clemens now moved to left. And just a whole bunch of shifting in the outfield and infield. Clemens with a beautiful bunt. Throw to third is not in time. And that's Callie Clemens reaching on a fielder's choice. And because of that throw from Michael Schmitz, we now have a situation where the bases are loaded for North Platte Community College and the Knights with only one out in this top of the third for Afia Hunt. She walked in her first plate appearance against Emma Luna. She now looks to bring some runs home for the Knights to continue their scoring spree as a fastball from Luna's in the zone for strike number one. 0-1 the count. Still one out in this top of the third inning for the Knights offense. As Luna's now 0-1. That's, sneaking in the outside zone. Strike two. It's 0-2 the count now to center fielder Afia Hunt. As Luna looking for another strikeout, her second today, delivers. That's outside for ball one, trying to put one past Hunt to swing on a pitch. Afia Hunt didn't bite on it. It's 1-2 the count with one out. As Luna's pitch upstairs for ball two. 2-2 the count now as Afia Hunt trying to work herself to a full count here if she can. Here comes the 2-2 pitch now from Emma Luna. Outside ball three. And now things get interesting for Afia Hunt. After starting 0-2, has now worked it back full 3-2 the count with one out as Luna winds up. Foul tipped off the bat from Afia Hunt. Got a piece of it, and now we'll once again look to try again as Coach Mark Franzen gives some words of encouragement to the freshman. The base is loaded for North Platte Community College. In this top of the third, the 3-2. Outside ball four, and with that Afia Hunt takes the walk on over to first. And another run's going to come home for North Platte Community College. They now lead 5-2 as in comes Michael Schmitz to have a talk with Emma Luna. First run of this top of the third with one out, and it's not going to get any easier for Emma Luna as here comes Elise Moreno. She's walked in back-to-back plate appearances for the Knights, but the leadoff hitter who is batting close to 400 this season, still ever dangerous when she steps into the batter's box. As she'll get set. Again, bases loaded for the Knights in this top of the third inning. Luna's pitch in the zone for strike number 1. 0-1 the count now to the third baseman. Victoria Arellano on deck with Evan Hutchinson in the hole for the Knights. The wind really now picking up as the 0-1 way outside on an off speed for ball 1. Man, that wind really starting to gust now. It was up to about 25 miles per hour for today. I mean, you can't have a game out here in Hastings without the wind playing a part. As the 1-1, another pitch outside and low for ball 2 to Moreno. Hunt at first, Clemens at second, and on over at third being Sophia Foster. The 2-1 pitch. Fouled back to the netting for strike number 2. It's 2-2 the count with 1 out in the top of the third inning. North Platte Community College and the Knights getting another run just a couple of seconds ago on a walk with the bases loaded. As Luna's 2-2. Outside. Good patience from Elise Moreno as Schmidt's having a little talk with the home plate umpire to make sure I was outside. As it's now a 3-2 count as Emma Luna fires. Turned on by Elise Moreno. It's drifting foul territory and will continue that trajectory and pull out of the ballpark foul. 3-2 the count once again for Elise Moreno. In this top of the third inning, again, a walk will score a run with the bases loaded. Another payoff 3-2 pitch. Turned on. It's going to bounce off the first base bag fair, and Elise Moreno's going to get on over to first. 1 run scores, and another will make it home. And that's 2 runs for North Platte Community College and the Knights. Unfortunately for first baseman Carly Shaw, it just took a nasty bounce off the first base bag fair, and 2 runs come home for the Knights. They now lead 7-2 on our wicked fast scoreboard in this ball game. The runner at second base being Afia Hunt. Elise Moreno at first, as here's Victoria Arellano up to bat. She's 2 for 2 today. Got on with a bunt in her first plate appearance, then reached on a single in her second. Now in this top of the third inning, her third at-bat, the 1-0. Make it at 2-0 as that bounces away from Schmitz. Throw to third will not be in time, and following that passed-up ball, Afia Hunt advances to third, and then, of course, Elise Moreno then on over to second. So it's a 2-0 count now to Arellano with Evan Hutchinson on deck and Sarah Perez in the hole for the Knights. 2-0 pitch upstairs for ball number 3. 3-0 the count now from Emma Luna. She has 85 pitches so far in this top of the third inning, 44 strikes to 41 balls. The 3-0 count. It's upstairs, ball number 4, and that's a 4-pitch walk to the shortstop Arellano, and now time is going to be called as we'll have a discussion with Emma Luna from the coaching staff. Bases loaded once again for the Knights offense in this top of the third inning. Leading 7-2 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. If you downloaded the MyPhillips 66 app yet, if not, you're missing out on so much savings with Wicked Fast. As Evan Hutchinson now will come up to bat. She doubled into the gap in right center in her first plate appearance against Emma Luna, then reached on an error from Gracie Graff in her second. Has the bases loaded once again in this inning for the Knights. Can she come through with a big hit or draw the walk? There are still only 1 out in this top of the third inning for North Platte Community College on the offensive side of things. Sarah Perez on deck with Ren Herrick in the hole for the Knights. 7-2 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard as Luna, after having a nice discussion, back into the circle, ready to fire away. As here comes Evan Hutchinson for the Knights. And she'll get prepped and ready to rock and roll. Luna winds up. Big swing and a miss by Heaven Hutchinson for strike number 1. Just a bit behind on the swing. 0-1 the count to the catcher Hutchinson with the bases loaded. Luna's now 0-1 pitch. Fouled back to the netting for a quick second strike to Heaven Hutchinson. 0-2 now with 1 out. Top of the 3rd inning, Knights leading 7-2. As Luna fires into Schmitz. Upstairs for ball number 1 as Michael Schmitz had a fly up from the catcher's position to grab it. 1-2 with 1 out. Top of the 3rd inning, Knights leading 7-2. Bases loaded. Next pitch. Turned on and fouled down the third base side by Hutchinson. Slow roller keeps the count at 1-2 once again for the Knights offense. Arellano at first, Moreno at second, and then Afia Hunt at third. Bases loaded, 1 out for the Knights again on the offensive side. Emma Luna's 1-2. That one popped again, but pulled foul. Very far foul for another 1-2 count. Hutchinson getting some good contact here against Emma Luna. As here we go again with that payoff 1-2 pitch. Ooh, that's very tight inside, almost hitting Hutchinson for ball 2. It's 2-2 the count now to the catcher Heaven Hutchinson. As Luna will get the sign from Schmitz that she likes, and here's the 2-2. Sloth little grounder picked up by Arias. Throw to first will be in time for the second out of this inning, but that's a sacrifice ground out for the side of North Platte Community College and the Knights as a run will come across. They now lead 8-2 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. For the dangerous Sarah Perez, yes, she may be 0-2 today with a line out and a ground out, but doesn't mean that she can't put together a big at-bat to bring both runners home. Arellano at second, Moreno at first base. 8-2 lead for the Knights in this top of the 3rd as that first pitch in from Emma Luna is in the zone for strike 1. 0-1 the count now to the pitcher, Sarah Perez. Ren Herrick on deck, Bianca tying in the hole for the Knights. As here comes the 0-1. That fastball very low into the dirt. Ball 1-1 the count with 2 down. As the Knights looking to continue their scoring onslaught in this game. 4 runs have already come across in the top of the 3rd inning. The 1-1 pitch. Another one in the dirt for ball 2. 2-1 the count. No action in either bullpen so far. As Luna now with her 2-1 pitch. Turned on to left field, but pulled foul for second strike of this at-bat. Perez got some good contact with it, but pulled it foul, and with that, the count's now 2-2 to Sarah Perez as she searches for a continuation of this inning. As here comes said 2-2 pitch. Off speed is scooped up from the dirt by Schmitz for ball 3. 3-2 the count now with 2 outs in this top of the 3rd inning on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Luna's full count pitch. Upstairs, ball 4, and on over to first base goes Sarah Perez as here comes Ren Herrick. Herrick so far today struck out swinging in her first plate appearance, got thrown out at first on a drop 3rd strike, and now can she maybe deliver a hit as she turns on one and fouls it back behind the grandstands for strike number 1. This would be a big opportunity for Ren Herrick, who this season for the Knights offense hitting .257 with 5 RBIs on the year, looking to continually add more into that one as the off speed is off the mark for Emma Luna. There's ball number 1, 1-1 the count now. With the bases loaded once again for the Knights, leading 8-2. Next pitch, turn on by Herrick, gets into left field. They're just going to score 1 run, the Knights do, but that's another run to come across on an RBI single from Ren Herrick. And now the Knights take a 9-2 lead in this top of the 3rd inning. 5 runs have come across for North Platte Community College, and here comes Bianca Tynes up to bat. She singled into shallow right field in her last plate appearance this inning for the Knights. Can she bring another one home with this at-bat? Luna's first pitch. It's down low for ball number 1. Schmidt's able to recover it. 1-0 the count. 9-2 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard. Favor of the Knights. Top of the 3rd still. The 1-0. Tynes just got a little bit of the bat on it. She'll foul it off for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. Bases still loaded for the Knights. Arlano at 3rd, Perez at 2nd, Herrick at 1st. The 1-1 pitch to second baseman Bianca Tynes is on the way. She turns on one. That might get down. It does not, and it's gloved up by Kyla Humphreys in right field. But 5 runs did come across this inning for North Platte Community College, and the Knights were going now to the bottom of the 3rd. Knights leading 9-2 here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
Has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers the full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
Are you in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Look no further than Bill Summers Ford, Honda, Nissan, Lincoln for your next vehicle. Look online 24/7 at BillSummers.com. Bill Summers is Western Nebraska's leasing headquarters, and they have aggressive financing to get you into the vehicle you've been dreaming of. Check out all the inventory at BillSummers.com anytime. Bill Summers Ford, Honda, Nissan, Lincoln, where families are our business. Highway 83 and Walker Road in North Platte, and online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It is the bottom of the 3rd inning. Knights leading 9-2 on our wicked fast scoreboard with Sarah Perez still on the mound for the Knights. Juliana Ortiz is up to bat. She was hit by a pitch in her last plate appearance for the Broncos to load the bases at the time. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group, helping Nebraska families, farmers, and businesses for more than 50 years. First pitch into Ortiz there for strike number 1 from Sarah Perez. Morgan Arias on deck with Mallory Brinkerhoff in the hole for the Broncos, as Perez's now 0-1 pitch is upstairs for ball number 1 to Ortiz. 1-1 the count. Bottom of the 3rd inning on our wicked fast scoreboard. 9-2 lead for the Knights. And this game number 1 of the doubleheader. The 1-1. That's low again from Sarah Perez. 61 pitches for Perez in this game. 38 balls, 23 strikes. As Perez now will get the sign from Heaven Hutchinson and her 2-1. Fouled off the bat of Ortiz, the center fielder, for strike 2. Of course, Sheena Smith, normally the one that gets the start for the Knights. She's dealing with an ailing arm injury, as we, of course, noticed it in the Northeastern game. She was unable to continue past, I believe, the second inning as a substitute today. So Sarah Perez leads off the game from the pitching mound as that off speed is off the mark for ball 3. It's 3-2 the count now to Juliana Ortiz. In this bottom of the third inning with nobody out and nobody on. Knights with a 9-2 lead. Here comes said 3-2 pitch. That one lopped foul down the first base side for another attempt at a 3-2 from Ortiz. Of course, the North Platte native who is now over here at Hastings College JV as a sophomore. Of course, played for the Knights 2 years ago. As here comes said 3-2 pitch. Tight side for strike number 3 as down goes Ortiz looking. And there's out number 1 for Sarah Perez. In the top of the third inning, the Knights now trying to find the momentum that they found on the offensive side here on the defensive side. And more importantly, can Sarah Perez just continue to put some pitches into the zone as first pitch into Morgan Arias is in there for strike number 1, looking much better to start this inning for Perez. And coming into today, only had 7 total innings pitched. And with the season almost coming to an end, as, oh boy, that off speed is a good maybe 4 feet in front of Arias for ball number 1, 1-1 the count. Mallory Brinkerhoff on deck, and then Jasmine Robles in the hole for the Broncos. The 1-1 turned on to right field. Renhera gets underneath it. And there's an easy pop out for Arias. And there's now 2 down in this inning for Mallory Brinkerhoff. She struck out swinging to Sarah Perez in her first plate appearance. Robles on deck with Claire Kimbrough in the hole for the Broncos in their bottom half of the third inning. Knights looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning as she'll turn on one to left field, and it's there to glove it, being the Knights and Callie Clemens. And there is that 1-2-3. That is the bottom of the third wins. We're now going to the top of the fourth. Can the Knights continue to pour the runs in? We come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1 and AM 1410 with our live stream on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Every step should feel great, but if foot pain, bunions, heel spurs, or injuries are slowing you down, Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists is here to help. Their expert team of doctors provide top-notch care, from routine foot health to advanced treatments and surgery. Whether you're an athlete, always on the go, or just tired of aching feet, they'll get you back on your feet pain-free. Step into comfort. Call Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists today, or see them online at gpfootandankle.com.
North Platte Community College Sports on FM 98.1 and AM 1410 KWOQ-AM North Platte. Enjoy a great home-cooked breakfast from Merrick's Ranch House, Tuesday through Sunday from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, top of the fourth inning here for the Knights offense. They're facing off against a new pitcher in this inning, being Cassidy Beavers. As fortunately for Emma Luna, her day comes to an end, giving up 9 runs to go along with 8 hits for the Knights offense. The Broncos did have 2 errors in their opening part of the plates, as Half-inning breaks are always brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Top of the fourth inning, 9-2 lead with Sophia Foster up to bat. Walked in her first plate appearance and singled in her second against Luna, now facing Beavers for the first time today. Has set 0-1. It's down low for ball two. Ball one. It's 1-1 the count. On deck, Callie Clemens and Afia Hunt in the hole for the Knights. As here comes the 1-1 pitch. There's another one that's pulled outside for ball number 2. 2-1 the count to Foster, the first baseman, as she lightly grounds that one on over to Arias at third, and a quick throw to first. And there is first out of this inning as Sophia Foster goes down with the ground out. As here comes Callie Clemens now for North Platte Community College. Clemens so far today reached on a fielder's choice to load the bases last inning. Did strike out swinging in her first plate appearance against Emma Luna. Now will face Cassidy Beavers for the first time today as Beavers delivers. As Clemens tried to lay the bunt down but misses for strike number 1. It's now a 0-1 count to the left fielder with Afia Hunt, the center fielder, on deck. And Elise Moreno in the hole for the Knights in this top of the fourth inning. Leading 9-2 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. The 0-1. High upstairs for ball 1. Infield playing for the bunt, so Arias playing up from third and Carly Shaw up from first. 1-1 the count now to Clemens as Beavers fires away. Another bunt, that time hit by Callie Clemens, but she fouls it off for strike number 2. It's 1-2 the count now for left fielder Callie Clemens. Looking to keep her at bat alive here, trailing in the count. Cassidy Beavers now gets the sign, and here comes her 1-2 pitch. Upstairs and away, there's ball 2. Good awareness from Clemens to not swing on a pitch that was up and away, even though she was down in the count. 2-2 now as Beavers will get the sign and deliver to the pitch. Outside for ball 3, so after what was a 1-2 count to Callie Clemens, now push back to a full count, 3-2 with 1 out in the top of the fourth inning. As Beavers fires away. Swing and a miss by Clemens, and second strikeout for Callie Clemens today, and there's 2 down in the top of the fourth. As here comes Afia Hunt up to bat for the Knights. She's walked in both of her plate appearances today for North Platte Community College. Can she keep this inning alive versus Cassidy Beavers? As first pitch to Afia Hunt will be in the zone for strike number 1. 0-1 the count. Still a 9-2 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard for North Platte Community College and the Knights. As set 0-1 is delivered. Swing and a miss by Hunt. Strike number 2. Afia Hunt now down in the count, 0-2 to Beavers, who is again pitching for Emma Luna. Relief for this inning. The 0-2. Way outside for ball 1 to center fielder Afia Hunt. 1-2 the count, a 9-2 lead for North Platte Community College and the Knights. As Beavers payoff 1-2 is on the way. As back-to-back pitches outside the zone for Cassidy Beavers. Season for Afia Hunt, 242 batting average with 6 RBIs coming into this game, but of course that changes with some runs coming across. The 2-2 in down the middle for strike number 3 as Hunt goes down looking. And that is how this inning comes to an end. A quick 1-2-3 inning for the Knights offense. We now go to the bottom of the fourth. They still lead 9-2, and we come back to the Bill Smith Sports Complex, FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Hungry for real slow smoked barbecue? Smoking Double D's in Hershey has you covered. Locally owned and operated, they smoke their meats low and slow for mouth-watering flavor. Open Tuesday through Saturday, they're serving up barbecue favorites all day long. Craving something special? Don't miss chicken fried steak every Friday night and prime rib every Saturday. That's Smoking Double D's, where greatness happens overnight. And every bite is worth the wait.
North Platte and beyond, your home just got safer and more comfortable. Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has what you need, from wheelchairs to lift chairs, mobility scooters, and more. Conveniently located at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right next to Great Plains Urgent Care. Their expert team is ready to help you move with ease. Call 308-568-8510 today and take the first step toward comfort, independence, and a better quality of life.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back to the Bill Smith Sports Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. North Platte Community College and the Knights leading 9-2 on our wicked fast scoreboard as Jasmine Robles will be up to bat for the Broncos in this inning. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as well as our other premier Sports Zone sponsors, as Robles will turn that one into left field for a base hit. As Claire Kimbrough now comes up to bat for the Broncos. And thank you to our premier Sports Zone sponsors for today, Smoking Double D's at Butch's in Hershey. They're locally owned and operated, where they smoke their own meats low and slow to bring you award-winning barbecue. Perez's pitch now into Claire Kimbrough is outside for ball number 1. Kimbrough, in her 2 plate appearances so far today, has walked in said appearances, has Robles at first base for the Broncos as they trail the Knights 9-2. Another pitch from Sarah Perez that's up high for ball 2. Perez at 73 pitches, 43 balls to 30 strikes, but had a 1-2-3 inning last inning for the Knights. As that next pitch again is out of the zone for, oh, correction, they're going to say it's in the zone. 2-1 the count now to Claire Kimbrough as the 2-1 down low for ball 3. It's 3-1 the count now to Kimbrough. It's a late adjustment from the home plate umpire. 3-1, nobody out, a runner at first base for Hastings College JV as Sarah Perez delivers. And that's ball 4, and for the third time today, Claire Kimbrough is going to walk on over to first for Gracie Graff. She flew out to Sophia Foster in her first plate appearance. Errored to the third base side in her first, has 2 runners on the base pads for the Broncos. That off-speed pitch from Perez will bounce through the dirt for ball number 1. Nobody warming up in the bullpen for the Knights. Again, they are going to have to see how far they can go pitching-wise, with Sheena Smith probably not going to appear in today's game. Kimbrough at first, Robles at second, as Perez's next pitch is still too far above the lettering for ball 2. It's now 5 straight pitches. Well, I can't say 5 straight pitches. I think out of the last 6, 5 have been for a ball. As Perez now her 2-0. That one looped into right field for a base hit. And just like that, the bases are now loaded for the side of Hastings College JV. Another hit, this time by Gracie Graff, will load the bases up for the Broncos. As here comes Carly Shaw, who walked in her last plate appearance. Grounded out to Bianca Tyen in her first. Has the bases loaded, nobody out in the bottom of the fourth inning. With the Broncos trailing 9-2 as that pitch from Perez is way down low in the zone. Into the dirt first. Ball number 1. 1-0 the count. To Shaw. As the next pitch is, oh boy, upstairs, but in for strike number 1. Kyla Humphreys on deck with Michael Schmidt in the hole for Hastings College JV. The 1-1. In there, strike 2. Good bounce back pitches from Sarah Perez to take the count now to a 1-2 count against Carly Shaw. As Perez now with the long windup delivers. Oh, just a little bit below the knees. Ball 2, 2-2 the count. Of course, the Knights after today's game will be back in action next Tuesday against Northeastern Junior College, and then they'll be at Fort Hays Tech Northwest on Sunday. As that's a check swing in there, strike number 3. As Carly Shaw goes down staring at that strike, and there's out number 1 in this bottom of the fourth inning for Kyla Humphreys. She's 1 for 1 today, singled in her first plate appearance into center field through the legs of Bianca Tynes, and then walked in her last plate appearance. We'll see a pitch in the zone for strike number 1 from Sarah Perez, who in the latter half, after giving up the 2 runs in the first inning, has gotten much better for the Knights on a pitching standpoint. That one looped in the air, grabbed, thrown over to second, a double play, and the inning is over. Another double play off an infield fly from the Knights defense. They're locked in. Victoria Arellano picks it up, guns it to Bianca Tynes at second, and that is how this inning comes to an end. Another bases loaded situation for the Broncos, unfortunately, comes to an end, and we now will be going to the top of the 5th inning. Knights leading 9-2. We come back to the Bill Smith Sports Complex, FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Looking for midweek fun? River's Edge Golf Club has you covered. Wednesday, test your knowledge at Trivia Night, kicking off at 7 p.m. Gather your team and show off those brainy skills. Thursday, it's Burger Night. Buy one delicious, juicy burger and get the second half off. Now that's a deal worth swinging for. And with the weather warming up, it's the perfect time to hit the greens. Call now to book your tee time. River's Edge Golf Club, where good times and great golf meet.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV? What? No way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen.
Ask me, Shelter Agent Brent Rogo, about Shelter's competitive renter's insurance rates.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Sports Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. As once again on the mound, Cassidy Beavers for the Broncos as she'll face off against Elisa Moreno for the first time today. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As that next pitch into Elise Moreno is there for strike number 1. Moreno 1 for 1 today, and now her 4th plate appearance, 2 walks, and then a single, as now she battles with Cassidy Beavers here in this inning. Now she'll turn on one, slowly grounded on over to first. Carly Shaw will throw to Robles, and there is out number 1 in this top of the 5th inning. The Knights just slowly but steadily trickling their way to the 6th. Again, the run rule in this situation is 10 after 5, 8 after 2. Currently hold on to that mark. My poor math skills will Tell me they're trailing by 1 run on that. But here comes Victoria Arellano up to bat against Beavers as that fastball is in the zone for strike number 1 in this top of the 5th. 9-2 lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Download the MyPhillips 66 app yet? If not, you're missing out on so much savings with Wicked Fast as Arellano will turn one into the opposite field for a foul ball. It's 0-2 the count to the shortstop. Also, thank you to our Sports Zone sponsor today, Premier Toyota. At Premier Toyota, just south of I-80 in North Platte, they invite you to stop out and take a test drive here today of all their new and pre-owned vehicles. Check out Premier Toyota today. Let's go places. 0-2 is sky high on a ball from Cassidy Beavers. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Arellano on deck. Heaven Hutchinson with Sarah Perez in the hole for the Knights offense. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. In there, strike 3 as down goes Arellano, just looking at it. And that's the second out. Ever since Cassidy Beavers has come into the ball game, it's been 5 up, 5 down for the Knights. With Heaven Hutchinson now up to bat. 1 for 3 today, doubled in her first plate appearance against Emma Luna. Reached on an error off the glove of Gracie Graff and then grounded out to Morgan Arias in her last plate appearance. That fastball is outside for ball number 1 to Hutchinson. As with 2 down in this inning, Evan Hutchinson trying to keep this inning alive for the Knights offense. The 1-0 from Beavers. Titans side, there's ball 2, almost hitting the elbow of Heaven Hutchinson. 2-0 with 2 down in the top of the 5th. Knights looking to snap an 8-game losing streak against Hastings College JV today as another pitch from Beavers is in the dirt. 3-0 the count now to the catcher Hutchinson. Again, Knights on a currently 8-game losing streak, 4-20 on the season. 2 big wins here to start their final 3-game road trip or 3-series road trip would be huge. As Beavers, 3-0 pitch into Hutchinson. Another one that's outside for ball 4, and Heaven Hutchinson takes a gander on over to first. With the walk as Sarah Perez now comes up to bat. She's 0 for 2 today. Line drive to Gracie Graff in her first plate appearance. Grounded out to Morgan Arias in her second, and then drew a walk in her third against Emma Luna. Now against Cassidy Beavers. Can she find a hit? That one's popped up into center field, and it falls just in front of Juliana Ortiz for the first hit today for Sarah Perez. And just like that, there's now runners at second and first for the Knights with Ren Herrick, who singled in the left field last time up. Now with an opportunity for yet again, I believe in every inning but first and the third inning, load the bases. Or first and the fourth inning, load the bases as that first pitch from Beavers is outside, ball 1. Again, the infield playing for a potential bunt from Ren Herrick as the 1-0. Herrick pops one up, drifts behind the grandstands, and there's strike number 1 of this at-bat for Ren Herrick, the right fielder in today's game. Of all the outfielders who've been moving around for this contest, Ren Herrick, one of the only ones that hasn't moved. Besides Bianca Tyens and Heaven Hutchinson, those are the only 2 batters, or excuse me, the only 2 defensive positions that haven't changed hand in today's game. 1-1 the count now to Herrick as Beavers sets and delivers. Pulled once again by Ren Herrick, foul. As that one bounces off of a metal structure for a 1-2 count. 2 down here in this top of the 5th inning. Knights still lead 9-2, but have a runner in scoring position at second base, being Bianca Tynes. As Cassidy Beavers gets the sign from Schmitz. Her 1-2 pitch to Ren Herrick. Oh, my good heavens. Somehow sneaks in to the zone for another strikeout for Cassidy Beavers. And that is how this inning will come to an end. The Knights now move to the bottom of the fifth inning, leading 9-2. We come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Buying a car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
Get ready for the ultimate fun day out. Start at Brigham's Tap Room with a brand new menu you won't want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams on our big screens. Pair the excitement with amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience at Brigham's Tap Room. And when you're ready for more fun, head over to Wild Bill's Fun Center. Dive into our action-packed arcade, knock down pins in our bowling alley, and gear up for an epic tag battle. There's something for everyone at Wild Bill's, where the fun never stops.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. Michael Schmitz up to bat for this inning for the Broncos. As again, they currently trail 9-2 on our wicked fast scoreboard, with still on the mound for the Knights being Sarah Perez. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Helping Nebraska families, farmers, and businesses for more than 50 years. They're located in North Platte. So go to them for all your farm, crop, auto, home, and commercial insurance. Counts now 2-0 to Michael Schmitz with Juliana Ortiz on deck, and that's going to be a line drive out to Bianca Tyens at second base. Good reaction time from the freshman to get there in time and record the line drive out. And there's one down for Juliana Ortiz. She struck out looking in her last plate appearance for the Broncos and was hit by a pitch in her first, and now hit by a pitch in her second. So it's two hit by pitches in this ball game for Juliana Ortiz, as Morgan Arias now will come up to bat. Walked in her first plate appearance, flew out to Ren Herrick last time, and now has a runner at first base being Juliana Ortiz at the bottom of the fifth inning. On deck, Mallory Brinkerhoff, and then Jasmine Robles as well. Off speed from Sarah Perez, too low. Ball number one. If you downloaded the Mike Phillips 66 app yet, if not, you're missing out. So much savings with Wicked Fast. The 1-0 from Perez. Oh my good heavens, outside for ball two in the same spot that got the Knights last out last inning. This time called for ball two. 2-0 the count, as Perez now fires. That's down low for ball three, and now once again Sarah Perez staring down the barrel of a potential walk here in this bottom of the fifth inning. 93 total pitches, 55 balls, 38 strikes for Sarah Perez, as the 3-0 is outside for ball four, and Arias will walk on over to first. So there's now two runners aboard for the Broncos. Ortiz at second, Arias at first for Mallory Brinkerhoff. She flew out to Callie Clemens in her last plate appearance. Struck out swinging in her first against Sarah Perez. We'll see a pitch down the center for strike number one. 0-1 the count with one out to Brinkerhoff. As Perez now from the side from Hutchinson delivers. That one popped up, drifting towards first, but nobody can get there in time, and that's a foul ball for strike number two from Mallory Brinkerhoff. Jasmine Robles on deck, and then Claire Kimbrough in the hole. 8-9 and back to the top of the order are up for the Broncos in this inning. 0-2 with one out. Runners at second and first base for Hastings College JV. The 0-2 popped up, drifting high into the sky. Can Hutchinson get there? She does so to record out number 2. Almost plastered up against the backstop fence, but it's able to get there to record the second out of this inning. And now it's now there's 2 down for Jasmine Robles, who singled into left field in her last plate appearance, but did ground out to Bianca Tyen in her first. Sees a pitch from Sarah Perez that's down low for ball number 1. It's 1-0 the count. Still 2 runners aboard for the Broncos in their bottom of the 5th inning. Juliana Ortiz at second with Morgan Arias at first. The 1-0. Off speed is off the mark. Ball number 2 to Robles. Claire Kimbrough, who's walked in every single plate appearance on deck, and then Gracie Graff in the hole. Here comes Perez's 2-0 pitch. Man, that is just barely outside the zone. There's ball 3 to Jasmine Robles. As infield playing a little far in, potentially with a bunt. The 3-0 to Robles. It's ball 4 from Sarah Perez, and now the bases are loaded for Claire Kimbrough, who has walked not only in her first and her second, but also her third plate appearance for the Broncos. And now with the bases loaded and 2 outs, an opportunity to cut into this Knights lead. It's been 9-2 ever since the top of the 3rd inning, as she'll stare at a pitch in the zone for strike number 1. Gracie Graff on deck and Carly Shaw in the hole for the Broncos as the 0-1. 2 great pitches from Sarah Perez makes it now 0-2 the count to Claire Kimbrough. Can Perez yet again find a way to get out of the bases loaded situation? The 0-2 topped up into the glove of Sarah Perez, and just like that, yet again, the Knights are somehow able to get out of the bases-loaded jam, and we now go to the top of the 6th inning right here on FM 98.1, AM 1410 North Platte Community College, and the Knights leading 9-2, and we come back on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Save money at the pump at Quick Stop with the DinoPay app. DinoPay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings to Sinclair DinoPay, saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back to the Bill Smith Sports Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, top of the 6th inning. North Platte Community College and the Knights leading Hastings College JV and the Broncos 9-2 to start this top of the 6th. Our half-inning breaks, as always, brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. You can check them out at 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as well as River's Edge Golf Club, featuring modern amenities, a beautifully maintained course, lush greens, and breathtaking views of the North Platte River. River's Edge Golf Club delivers one of the best golfing experiences in North Platte and, of course, West Central Nebraska. As that is going to be sky high out to left field for out number 1 from Bianca Tyens. As there's already 1 down to start this inning for the Knights offense. Comfortably leading 9-2. They've picked up this lead after 5 runs came about in the top of the 3rd inning for now Sophia Foster to come up to bat against Cassidy Beavers, who ever since checking in for Emma Luna has been lights out for Hastings College JV. Following Foster, Callie Clemens, and Afia Hunt for the Knights. The 0-1 in there, strike number 2. 0-2 the count now to the first baseman, Foster. Again, Knights with a commanding 9-2 lead in game number 1 of this doubleheader. As the 0-2 pitch upstairs for ball 1. 1-2 the count now. With 1 down, top of the 6th. Can Sophia Foster generate some offense here for the Knights in this inning? The pitch outside, ball 2, so good patience from Foster not to pull and swing on a pitch when she's currently was at the moment down in the count 1-2. It's now 2-2 to Sophia Foster as Beavers delivers. That's down low, below the knees. Ball 3, and now Foster, after getting down early in the count, now has worked it back full. A walk would be pretty big for the Knights to maybe start things off against Cassidy Beavers in this inning. The pitch, grounded softly on over to second. Robles picks it up. Nice little toss to first, and there's 2 down now in this inning for the Knights as it's a quick 2 up, 2 down for North Platte Community College. For Callie Clemens, she's 0 for 3 today. Struck out twice in this ball game, swinging, but did reach on a fielder's choice in her second plate appearance. Now with nobody on and 2 down, trying to find her first hit today against Cassidy Beavers, who, again, ever since checking in for Emma Luna, has been on fire. 40 total pitches so far, 22 strikes to 18 balls. The 1-0 pitch from Beavers. Another pitch that's outside. It's 2-0 the count in this top of the 6th inning. 9-2 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard for North Platte Community College and the Knights. It's Beavers 2-0 in the zone. Strike number 1, 2-1 the count now. Two and one to the left fielder, Callie Clemens, as Beavers gets the sign from Schmitz, and now motions into her 2-1. Fouled off by Clemens for strike 2. It's now a 2-2 count. Two and two with 2 outs as Beavers' next pitch. Swing and a miss by Callie Clemens, and that is how this inning comes to an end for the Knights. Another quick 1-2-3 inning for them. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. A 9-2 lead. We come back to, of course, the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
You're hungry and you don't want to cook. Time for Dave's.
You know how it goes. It's 6 p.m. already and nothing's planned for dinner. Let Dave's Place take care of it. With dine-in and carry-out, your family's meal is taken care of.
And Dave's Place has the big game on.
A family atmosphere with plenty of TVs to watch all the matchups you want. With homemade pizza, wings of almost any flavor, and nightly drink specials, Dave's Place won't let you down for dinner.
Dave's Place, 1510 East 4th Street, North Platte, or online at davesplacemp.com.
Whoop, whoop.
PuroClean of North Platte delivers fast water, mold, and fire damage restoration services to the North Platte area. PuroClean knows how challenging those times can be to you and to your family. Their Nebraska-based experts have a winning, reliable combination of training and equipment partnerships. Local, fast service in the North Platte area. Their average on-site time is 60 minutes, and they'll coordinate with your local insurance provider. Give PuroClean a call now at 1-800-775-7876 and schedule a visit from a member of the team at PuroClean in North Platte.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here, Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Sarah Perez still on the mound. That one lopped up to center field. Afia Hunt doesn't really have to move that much as Gracie Graff's first at bat in this inning is popped up to center field for out number one. The bottom of the sixth inning, half inning breaks. As always, brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group, helping Nebraska families, farmers, and businesses for more than 50 years. As Carly Shaw this time will single one right up the center for a base hit and put a runner on at first for the Broncos in this bottom of the sixth with Kyla Humphreys. She flew out to Victoria Arellano in her last plate appearance, walked in her second, then singled into center field in her first. One out in the bottom of the sixth. The runner at first base being Carly Shaw. That first pitch from Perez going to get away from Heaven Hutchinson, and because of that, Shaw will scamper on over to second with a passed up ball. It's 1-0 the count. Knights, from the way things are going today, are going to try to get Sarah Perez to go the whole distance. It would be huge in their efforts in terms of arm preservation, as the 1-0 upstairs for ball two. Of course, that has its merits. We've also seen the Knights in the last inning of play many a times this season give up a bunch of runs, and some of them even game-winning runs. As the 2-0 pitch, it's tight inside for ball three to Kyla Humphreys. Of course, you look back to that Central Community College game. They were trailing by 10 runs going into the bottom of the fifth inning. Bounced back for 9 runs before they then picked up another one an inning afterwards, as great bounce back pitch from Perez to get into the zone for strike one. Worked all the way back, got up 11-10 going into the final inning of play. Got it to 2 outs before they then gave up 9 runs themselves and fell 19-11 as that pitch is outside and low for ball three. And with that, Humphreys goes to first. Michael Schmitz now up. Line drive out to Bianca Tyen. Last time out, grounded out to Sarah Perez in her second plate appearance, and then walked in her first. Has runners at second and first for the Broncos here in this bottom of the sixth inning. Beautiful pitch from Sarah Perez as it gets into the zone for strike number one. 0-1 the count with 1 out. With 2 runners on in this bottom of the sixth inning, Perez's windup. That's low and inside. There's ball one. 1-1 the count with 1 out. On deck, Juliana Ortiz, then Morgan Arias for Hastings College JV. As the 1-1 pitch. That's too high. There's ball number 2 above the lettering with that pitch from Sarah Perez. 2-1, 1 out, 2 runners on for the Broncos. Perez's next pitch. Grounded. It's going to get up into center field for a base hit. They're going to bring on home a runner. Oh, they were for a second and then stopped her midway past the third base bag. But that's another single for the Broncos to get the bases loaded. And if your head coach, Mark Franzen, you might be thinking about maybe getting either somebody warmed up or a potential pitching change. As here comes Juliana Ortiz. She was hit by a pitch in her last plate appearance. The second time she was hit by a pitch today. Struck out looking in her second. Now has the bases loaded with only 1 out. And you know what? That's going to bounce almost away. I think it, from my angle, looks like it bounced off of Ortiz, but no, they're going to say it bounces off the glove of Heaven Hutchinson for ball number 1. 1-0 the count with still 1 out. Bases loaded for the Broncos here in this bottom of the sixth inning. The 1-0 pitch. That's way upstairs, ball 2. This thing's starting to get a little tense for North Platte defensively after not giving up a run since the Bottom of the first inning, bases loaded once again with one out. The 2-0 pitch popped into the sky. It's going to fall just in shallow center field, so that will score a run off of Juliana Ortiz, a single, and now the lead decreases for the Knights as it's now 9-3. On our wicked fast scoreboard, nobody warming up for North Platte as head coach Mark Franzen has faith that the sophomore Sarah Perez can get out of this inning without giving up any more runs. Oh, that's very far in the dirt, ball number 1. And this is, of course, where it gets just a little scary because, again, as I said earlier this inning, the Knights plenty of times this season have gone into the last 2 innings of play with a lead and then unfortunately come away with a loss as Sarah Perez, a nice bounce-back pitch, finds the strike zone. 1-1 the count with 1 out. Bases still loaded. Humphreys at third, Schmitz at second, Ortiz at first. As the 1-1. Grounded, going to be bounced up by Arellano. Throw home in time for the force out, so Morgan Arias will reach on the fielder's choice, but good job from the Knights defense to record the out on over at home. As up now comes Mallory Brinkerhoff. 0 for 3 today. Struck out in her first plate appearance. And back-to-back flyouts against Sarah Perez. Bases are still loaded for Hastings College JV. 9-3 the lead for North Platte Community College. Bottom of the 6th. Perez's first pitch. Upstairs for ball number 1. 1-0 the count with 2 outs. As Sarah Perez will get back into the circle. Stare down Heaven Hutchinson and deliver the 1-0. That one popped up. Now Sophia Foster gets underneath it. She gets there and gloves it. And just like the last couple of times the base has been loaded, the Knights get the last out of the inning. 1 run did come across, though, but we're going to the top of the 7th inning. The Knights leading in this one, 9-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. We come back, FM 98.1 and 1410 and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrollClinic.com, that's K-R-U-L-L Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
Greatness doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, focus, and dedication. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that because we put in the hard work and dedication for decades. And that commitment is paid off with award-winning customer service for your auto, home, and life insurance.
See me, Shelter Agent Brent Rogo, at 405 East C Street and find out why so many of our clients would recommend Shelter.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, 9-3 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard for North Platte Community College as we enter the top of the 7th inning. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Check out his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, for all your farm, crop, auto, home, and commercial insurance. As well as Justin Thompson Family Agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch customer service, no matter what type of insurance you're looking for. As well as Dr. Chris Kroll and his crew at Kroll Clinic. They specialize in sports injuries, looking to get you back in the game faster. And you know what the best part about it is? No facility fees, as it's now a 2-1 count to Afia Hunt, who checks in for the 4th time today, has walked in 2 plate appearances, her first and second, but struck out looking at her last. Faces Cassidy Beavers as she swings and fouls one down the third base side for strike number 2 to Afia Hunt. Elise Moreno on deck. Victoria Arellano in the hole for the Knights. Beavers at 48 pitches ever since coming in for Emma Luna. And around the 5th inning has done a fantastic job of holding at bay the Knights offense. 2-2. It's low and away. Ball 3. It's now a full count pitch to Afia Hunt. Wind still gusting pretty hard from left to right field as here comes the full count pitch from Beavers. That one lopped into center field. It gets down in front of Juliana Ortiz, and that is a single for Afia Hunt. And now there's a runner on first base for North Platte Community College in this top of the 7th with Elise Moreno, her 5th time. That's right, count it, 5th time coming up to the plate today. Walked in her first 2 appearances, singled into right field in her second, then fortunately grounded out to Jasmine Robles. Robles in her 4th will face Beavers for the 2nd time, and we'll see a pitch that's outside for ball 1. Again, game number 1 of a doubleheader between these 2 teams is Beavers now delivers her 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss by Elise Moreno for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. Knights with a 9-3 lead over Hastings College JV. Runner at first being Afia Hunt. It's Beavers now 1-1 pitch. Popped up by Moreno. It's coming right back to the press box and bounces off of the roof for strike number 2. 1-2 count now to third baseman Elise Moreno. Nobody out in the top of the 7th inning for the Knights offense. Beavers, her 1-2 pitch. Turned on the left field. Does it get down in time? It does not, as that's actually out of the hands of Claire Kimbrough, and that's going to be a double for Elise Moreno as Kimbrough trying to make a diving glove out in left field. Couldn't hold on to her, and that's now a runner in scoring position for the Knights at not only second, but also third base. Moreno at second, Afia Hunt at third, and here's Victoria Arellano. She's 2 for 3 today. Struck out looking in her last plate appearance, singled in her second, got off with a bunt in her first. As she'll turn on one off Beavers, high into the sky as Gracie Graff gets under it, and there's out number 1 for the Knights offense here in this top of the 7th inning. Heaven Hutchinson comes up to bat for the Knights. 1 for 3, walked in her last plate appearance, grounded out in her third to Morgan Arias, errored off of Gracie Graff in her second, then doubled to the gap in right center in her first appearance. That pitch from Beavers is just outside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Nobody warming up in the bullpen for the Knights so far. As Beavers, 1-0 pitch. That's going to find the zone tight inside for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. 1 out, runners in scoring position at third and second for the Knights offense. Here's the 1-1. That one lightly tapped into the sky. Oh, it's out of the glove of Gracie Graff. She tried to make another great diving glove, but couldn't hold on to it, and because of that, another run comes across for the Knights. There's runners at the corners now, as it's Sarah Perez up to bat. 10-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard as the Knights in the last potential, you can't count anybody out, but in their potential last half inning of offense, finally starting to get to Cassidy Beavers. His first pitch to Perez is upstairs for ball number 1. Runners again at the corners. Hutchinson at first, and then Elise Moreno at third for the Knights. 1-0 count to Perez. As Beavers gets the sign from Schmitz, and that will deliver said 1-0 pitch. That one popped up once again to shallow left field, but there to glove it this time. Claire Kimbrough, the throw home, going to go over the head of Schmitz, and because of that, on over to second goes Heaven Hutchinson. So that is a pop out for the side of the Knights. And one run will come across on a passed up ball, which would move Hutchinson to second. It's now 11-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Runner at second base for Ren Herrick. As next pitch to Herrick from Cassidy Beavers. Titans side for ball number 2, 11-3 the lead for North Platte Community College. A runner at second base for the Knights being Heaven Hutchinson, as Beavers pitch to Herrick is this time going to find the zone for strike number 1. It's 2-1 the count with 2 down. 11-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Next pitch. Ooh, finds the zone. It's now a 2-2 count to the right fielder, Ren Herrick on deck. Bianca tie-in with Sophia Foster in the hole for the Knights offense. Hutchinson at second. 2 runs have come across for the Knights. It's top of the 7th. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Ren Herrick, and that is how this inning will come to an end. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th now in game number 1 of this doubleheader. Can the Knights close it out and break their 8-game losing streak? Come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream to find out here, FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Doing something new can be challenging. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see what it takes to build your dreams and through our educational instruction, make them a reality. Whether you are learning a new skill that can take your professional career to the next level, or you're looking to change your life through our educational offerings, you can build a successful future. Enroll today and begin transforming your future at npcc.edu. That's npcc.edu.
Great Plains Health Orthopedics in North Platte is ready to serve you with board-certified orthopedic surgeons and a team of medical professionals who specialize in hip, knee, and shoulder joint replacements and revisions, minor to complex hand injuries, sports medicine for both the serious athlete and the weekend warrior, new and innovative operative and non-operative procedures, and work-related injuries. Same-week appointments are available. Call Great Plains Health Orthopedics today.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410. As time's going to be cold right now for Ren Herrick to wash her hand off. I think she's got a cut or something on it, and that's why we're going to have time right now. Sarah Perez still on the mound for North Platte Community College, looking to go the full distance. Be pretty big for the Knights, of course, with Sheena Smith kind of sidelined with that elbow shoulder injury. He's been nagging her for the last couple of weeks. Of course, reared its ugly head during the Northeastern Junior College Series. But now in this bottom of the 7th inning, an 11-3 lead for the Knights. As first pitch from Miss Sarah Perez is outside for ball number 1. As Sarah Perez now looking to get this game over without anything going awry, as Jasmine Robles still, actually not still, but now up to bat for the Broncos. The 2-0 from Perez. It's low for ball 3. It's now a 3-0 count in this bottom of the 7th. The Knights just need to squeak through this inning, and they'll pick up their first win in 8 games. Again, they're on an 8-game losing streak coming into today's contest, as the 3-0 now moves to a walk, a 4-pitch walk. To now bring up Claire Kimbrough, flew out to Sarah Perez in her last plate appearance. The Knights Again, still not having anybody warming up in the bullpen in this game number 1 as Perez fires a pitch in for ball number 1 to Kimbrough. Gracie Graff on deck with Carly Shaw in the hole. So right now it's 1, 2, and 3 in the batting order for the Broncos. 1-0 now moved to 2-0. 6th straight pitch from Sarah Perez that's been outside the zone. She's had 129 pitches in today's game, 76 balls, 53 strikes. Nobody out and a runner at first. As that fastball is in the dirt. Making now 7 straight for Sarah Perez. And have not found the strike zone. Nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning, the last half inning of offense in this game, number 1 for the Broncos. But Perez strikes back with a strike inside the zone. 3-1 with nobody out. 11-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Jasmine Robles at first as, well, there's ball number 4 as Kimbrough will walk for the 4th time today as Coach Mark Franzen going to call for time, and he'll come out and have a conversation with Sarah Perez, potentially maybe see a new pitcher and see what he's got cooking up, but I think just to have a conversation with the infield. Perez having a fantastic day today for the Knights. Again, 132 pitches right now, 78 balls, 54 strikes. Yes, she's struggled to hit the strike zone, but only going to give up 3 runs and 6 hits to boot. Pretty impressive performance for Perez, who, again, is only coming into today's game, only pitched 7 innings. So for her to really, again, in a situation where the Knights need some pitchers to really step it up, not just as an entire unit. Again, it's a very young pitching staff for the Knights that have gone through their ups and downs, but with Sheena Smith, who has arguably been the Knights' statistically best pitcher over the course of the innings she's played, it's nice to see that in this game, Sarah Perez has helped take the mantle for the Knights as the first pitch into Gracie Graff is up high for ball number 1. Carly Shaw on deck. Kyla Humphreys in the hole for the Broncos, trailing 11-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard as another pitch from Sarah Perez is down low in the dirt. I would suspect if Perez walks, Gracie Graff will probably see a new pitcher step in for the Knights. 2-0. Grounded softly on over to Bianca Tyance. Throw to first for the easy out. Oh no, it gets away from Sophia Foster, and it's a bad error from the Knights in a situation they didn't need to have an error come up. As that's their first error today for the Knights, as Carly Shaw now will step aboard with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Bases loaded. Shaw did single into center field in her last plate appearance. On over to Arlano, but picked up by Elise Moreno, and it goes through the fingers of Sophia Foster. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and now it's an 11-5 lead. Another mistake from the Knights infield on back-to-back possessions. Now gets 2 runs across for the Broncos. And yet again, the worry starts to set in because the Knights struggling to close out games has been a consistent and persistent issue, as Victoria Arlano now goes and talks with Sarah Perez. Still 11-5 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard. 6-run lead for the Knights in the bottom of the 7th. As Kyla Humphreys is the batter that's up now for North Platte Community, it's not North Platte, good heavens, Hastings College JV. On deck, Michael Schmitz and then Juliana Ortiz. As Hutchinson again has to go to the dugout to clear up some blood. And now she'll step back out to the field. 11-5 the lead for North Platte Community College, but 2 runs this inning have come across off of 2 big errors from the Knights infield. It would have easily been 2 outs if they weren't gone the way they did. As the first pitch into Humphreys is upstairs for ball number 1. 1-0 the count with runners at the corner, still nobody out. And this bottom of the 7th. Next pitch. It's upstairs again for ball 2 to Kyla Humphreys. Again, Michael Schmitz on deck with Juliana Ortiz in the hole for the Broncos. Next pitch is snuck back in by Perez. Strike 1, 2-1 the count. As the Knights try to close this game out. They've been leading ever since the top of the 2nd inning and haven't looked back. As next pitch is grounded on over to Arlano to second. Throw to first is not in time again, as that's going to sneak away from Sophia Foster. So another run comes across, but they do get the force out at second. As reaching on the fielder's choices, Kyla Humphreys. But again, another run does sneak past the Knights defense. As first pitch into Michael Schmitz is in there for strike number 1. It's now 11-6 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Runners at first base only, as that's going to get away from Heaven Hutchinson, and because of that, Kyla Humphreys will move to second base on a passed-up ball. So with 1 out, it's 1-1 the count now to Schmitz, who singled in her last plate appearance. As on over at second is Humphreys. Next pitch is a little turn on that will get into center field for another base hit. And now there's runners at the corners, and I think now's the time, if you're head coach Mark Franzen, to potentially bring a new pitcher in. And yep, they're going to do so right there, as Elise Moreno will now step up to take over for Sarah Perez. Not shocked that that is the choice, but after now 3 runs have come across for Hastings College JV, Elise Moreno will now be taken over on the mound for the Knights. With Juliana Ortiz up to bat, she singled in her last plate appearance for Hastings College JV. Humphreys at third, Schmitz at first. You know, and even though the Knights had gave up 3 runs this inning, 2 of those were off of errors. And those 2 runs really could have, those 2 errors really should have counted as outs. And this inning should have been over long before a couple more runs came across for the Broncos. But, of course, yeah, got to live with the errors and just a little bit of the Knights, say intensity, but maybe concentration slipping here in this bottom of the 7th inning. As here comes Juliana Ortiz. Again, she singled into left field in her last plate appearance over Victoria Arlano, and with 1 out, can the Knights find that final 2 outs in this inning? As the fastball from side of Elise Moreno is outside for ball 1. As here comes the 1-0. Popped up, but foul over the visiting dugout. So it's 1-1 the count. Runners at the corners, Humphreys at third, Schmitz at first. As here comes a 1-1 pitch from Elise Moreno. It's low, it's going to sneak away just a little bit, and because of that, Michael Schmitz will move to second on a steal. 2-1 the count now to Juliana Ortiz. Morgan Arias on deck, and Mallory Brinkerhoff in the hole, and oh boy, that off speed. High again for ball 3. 3-1 the count with 1 out now to Ortiz, the center fielder. It would load the bases if Moreno walks Ortiz. Has her 3-1. Softly grounded into the glove, actually. Not even a ground, but a line out into the glove of Moreno. Great quick awareness and quick reflexes from Moreno to grab that ball before it snuck right past her. Probably would have been an easy ground out if she didn't get there in time, but there's out number 2, and now up to bat here for the side of the Broncos is Morgan Arias, and she'll see a fastball in the zone for strike number 1. 0-1 the count with 2 down. In this bottom of the 7th inning, 3 runs did come across for the Broncos as the Knights still lead 11-6 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. That one lopped out to right field. Red Herrick is there to glove it, and the Knights will defeat their 8-game losing streak in game number 1 of this doubleheader, and with that, they take an 11-6 victory. Well-deserved, again, after falling in 8 straight games where things just felt like they went from bad to worse in so many multiple instances. For the Knights to come away in this game number 1 with an 11-6 win, you got to be pretty happy and at least bring some happy thoughts as you move into game number 2 of this 2-game series in just about 20 or so minutes. But for the Knights to come away with the victory, snap their 8-game losing streak, and start this 3-series road stand with a win, got to feel pretty happy. We'll come back here, of course, in the Quick Stop post-game show. We come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Community College Sports on FM 98.1 and AM 1410 KWOQ AM North Platte. Enjoy a great home-cooked breakfast from Merrick's Ranch House, Tuesday through Sunday from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com. Use DoorDash or call 532-8200 for carryout.
Hungry for real slow smoked barbecue? Smoking Double D's in Hershey has you covered. Locally owned and operated, they smoke their meats low and slow for mouth-watering flavor. Open Tuesday through Saturday, they're serving up barbecue favorites all day long. Craving something special? Don't miss chicken fried steak every Friday night and prime rib every Saturday. That's Smoking Double D's, where greatness happens overnight. And every bite is worth the wait.
Buying a car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
Get ready for the ultimate fun day out. Start at Brigham's Tap Room with a brand new menu you won't want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams on our big screens. Pair the excitement with amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience at Brigham's Tap Room. And when you're ready for more fun, head over to Wild Bill's Fun Center. Dive into our action-packed arcade, knock down pins in our bowling alley, and gear up for an epic laser tag battle. There's something for everyone at Wild Bill's, where the fun never stops.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. The Knights come away with a Game 1 victory in this doubleheader against Hastings College JV and the Broncos 11-6. It wasn't the prettiest game in terms of the overall final score. 11-6, 11 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors for North Platte Community College and the Knights compared to the 6 runs on 6 hits and 2 errors for Hastings College JV and the Broncos. Broncos left 16, that's right, 16 players stranded on the base pad in this ballgame compared to the 9 of North Platte Community College. And the Knights, I mean, of course, the player of the game goes to Sarah Perez, going 6 and 1/3 innings, giving up, of course, the 6 hits as well as giving up 3 earned runs. She had 3 strikeouts, but also did walk 12. But in the end, you'll take that statistic because the Knights came away with the victory. And to be honest, that's all that matters here after, again, losing 8 straight coming into this ball game. To come away with the victory and in the final 3 road series of the regular season before Region 9 playoffs start on May 3rd, got off to a good start, and that's all you'll take. You know, that's all you care about, that the Knights just continue to find ways to pick up victories. If they can do that, then things are going to be looking good for the Region 9 tournament, again, coming in May 3rd. Well, we're going to step aside, and we're going to take a break, and when we come back in about 20 or so minutes, guess what, everybody? Game number 2 of this doubleheader right here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
The songs you grew up on.
The
FM
following
98
is an Eagle Media Sports presentation.
North Platte Community College Night Athletics on FM 98.1 and AM 1410 are brought to you by Another Round Sports Bar and Grill at River's Edge Golf Course, Premier Toyota, Let's Go Places, Kroll Clinic Physical Therapy and Athletic Enhancement, Smokin' Double D's at Butch's in Hershey, The Gathering Spot, and the Justin Thompson Agency, American Family Insurance.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That one rocketed into right field. Back at the wall. That one's a grand slam. Amaya Blake Cosper has done it. That's a grand salami.
Today's game also brought to you in part by the D&N Event Center, Mid-Plains Community College, Runza, Great Plains Foot and Ankle, Farm Bureau Financial, Larry's Glass, Dave's Place, Puro Clean, Bill Summers Ford Honda Lincoln Nissan, Great Plains Health, Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment.
Ruble will deliver in. Grace will rock that one. It gets out of the glove of Katie Taylor, so another run will come home.
And Shelter Insurance, Pete Falls and Brent Rogo. Watch today's game live at NorthPlattePost.com. Brought to you by WB's Fun Center and Brigham's. Here's the voice of the Knights, Paxton Gordon.
Howdy, everybody. Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Sports Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and, of course, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Game number 2 of the doubleheader between North Platte Community College and the Knights, and, of course, Hastings College JV and the Broncos. Knights came away with the Game 1 victory 11-6. Yes, it got a little hairy down the wire when the Knights gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning, but holistically, you got to be pretty proud of how this Knights team played after coming into today's game on an 8-game losing streak and really searching for answers towards how are they going to approach these next 3 series on the road before the Region 9 tournament on May 3rd to come away with a Game 1 victory against the Broncos and do it in dominating fashion from start to finish. Yes, they gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning, 4 in the last 2 innings as a whole, but to come away with the victory the way they did, you got to feel confidence inspiring, and specifically in situations where, they had 16, let's get these stats right here. The Broncos left 16 members left stranded on the base pad in game number 1. They had many of instances where the bases loaded and they came away without a single one of those being a run. So the fact that the Knights were able to produce that and still come away with a pretty dominant victory, you got to be pretty proud of how the Knights are keeping things honest here. As here comes Juliana Ortiz. It's Elise Moreno up to start for the side of the Knights, as she'll start things off for the Knights offense in this top of the first inning. A 1-2 count as the 1-2 in from pitcher Bailey Schmidt is outside for ball number 2. As currently it's a 2-2 count into Moreno with Victoria Arellano on deck and Heaven Hutchinson in the hole as that's lopped into right field for a base hit. First hit today for the Knights. In this game number 2, they have a runner at first base. Start things off in this game number 2 as here comes Victoria Arellano. She got a good start in game number 1 after picking up a single, but in the latter half of the game still couldn't find too much success from a hitting standpoint. So now in this second game, trying to get things off on a better margin. As next pitch in from Schmidt is outside again for a quick 2 balls to Arlano. As that's back in there for strike number 1. 2-1 count now to Arlano in this at bat. As that one slowly grounded on over to short, to second, on to first. Won't be in time. They'll get the force out at second, but still that is a first out of this inning. Runner will get on over to first base for the Knights. As up to bat now, following Arlano, is Heaven Hutchinson. This is the first pitch into Hutchinson there for strike number 1. As next pitch is swung on, grounded on over to third. Skinner picks it up, throw on over to first. It's going to be in time, and there's another out, as that's a ground out from Heaven Hutchinson. As on over at Sam Skinner, the good glove, as Sarah Perez now comes up to bat. Almost went the full distance in game number 1. Seeing if in this game she can find a better offensive outing against Bailey Schmidt, as the first pitch is in for strike number 1. 1-1 the count now to Schmidt with a runner at second base. As 0-1 from Schmidt. Fastball is going to bounce away there from Maggie McLean, and quickly on over to second goes Victoria Arlano on the passed up ball. So now there's a runner in scoring position for the Knights in this top of the first inning, though 2 away. As Schmidt's 1-1 is upstairs for ball 2. It's 2-1 the count. Next pitch is popped up, and it's off the netting for strike number 2. It's 2-2 the count with 2 down. Knights have accrued already 2 hits in this top of the first. Can they drive the runner home, being Arlano at third? Perez going to lop that one out to left field, but high up as Claire Kimbrough gets underneath it, and that's the final out of this inning. With that, we're going to make our way to the bottom of the first. Knights currently tied up with the Broncos here in game number 2 on FM 98.1 AM 1410, and of course video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at northplatte.post.com.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gets you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Get ready for the ultimate fun day out. Start at Brigham's Tap Room with a brand new menu you won't want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams on our big screens. Pair the excitement with amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience at Brigham's Tap Room. And when you're ready for more fun, head over to Wild Bill's Fun Center. Dive into our action-packed arcade, knock down pins in our bowling alley, and gear up for an epic laser tag battle. There's something for everyone at Wild Bill's, where the fun never stops.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as well as our other sponsors for today's game, Premier Toyota. And Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte. They invite you to stop out, take a test drive here today. Premier Toyota, let's go places. As well as another round bar and grill where fun meets fine dining. As up to pitch for North Platte Community College here in game number 2, Elise Moreno. She finished game number 1 against Hastings College JV in the bottom of the 7th inning after Sarah Perez gave up 3 runs. And now we'll start game number 2 is facing off against Claire Kimbrough. Already staring down the barrel of a 4-pitch walk. I mean, Kimbrough walked 4 times in game number 1. And now could potentially make it 5. And you know what? We are going to make it 5 walks as Claire Kimbrough goes on over to first base for the side of the Broncos here in their bottom of the first inning, and the Knights beat them 11-6 in game number 1. Can they bounce back in this second game with a victory with Sam Skinner up to bat? Let's jump into, though, our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup as for the side of Hastings College JV. Claire Kimbrough, of course, in left field. Sam Skinner at third base. Gracie Graff at shortstop. Carly Shaw at first base. Kyla Humphreys in right field. Maggie McLean catching. Juliana Ortiz in center. Reagan Malone at second base. That one's going to be lumped foul by Skinner. Ashley Arredondo at the designated player today, and then Bailey Schmidt on the mound for the Broncos. As for North Platte Community College and the Knights, we have Elise Moreno, of course, on the mound leading off. Victoria Arellano at shortstop. Heaven Hutchinson catching. Sarah Perez at third base. Ren Herrick in right field. Bianca Tyne at second. Sophia Foster at first. Callie Clemens in left. And Afia Hunt is the center fielder in today's game. It's currently a 2-1 count to Sam Skinner with nobody out, and the runner at first being Claire Kimbrough. As Moreno's 1-2. Grounded on over to Arellano. Throw to second. They were going to say throwing over to first, but Bianca Tynes picked up the throw as almost getting run into by Claire Kimbrough. So reaching on the fielder's choice, Sam Skinner. And with that, there's one down in this inning for Gracie Graff, who now comes up to bat for the Broncos. Again, now a runner back at first being Sam Skinner as fastball from Moreno is down low, ball number 1. Again, Knights have 3 road series to close out their season here today against the Broncos of Hastings College JV, against Northeastern Junior College next Tuesday, and then they finish off with Fort Hays Tech Northwest in Goodland, Kansas on Sunday, the last week of April. And then, of course, they'll start the Region 9 postseason tournament on May 3rd. It's a quick 2-0 count now to Gracie Graff as she'll foul it off for strike number 1. It's now 2-1 the count with a runner on over at first. 1 out in our wicked fast scoreboard here in the bottom of the first inning in this game number 2 between the Broncos and the Knights. The 2-1. Titans side for ball number 3. 3-1 the count. Following Graff, Carly Shaw, and then Kyla Humphreys. Moreno now get the sign from Hutchinson and her 3-1 pitch. Grounded out of the reach there of Sarah Perez. That is fair, and with that might be extra bases for the Broncos. They're going to be waving on home. Sam Skinner, great throw home. Does Hutchinson get the tag? No. Great throw from Victoria Arellano. Almost got the tag on from Heaven Hutchinson to Sam Skinner, but that's going to be a stand-up double for Carly Shaw, and with that, the Broncos strike first as they get a run in the bottom of the first inning from Gracie Graff, who doubles just past the glove of Sarah Perez at third. Went all the way to the corner, and with that, Broncos lead 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning. Moreno's pitch is in there. Strike number 1 to now Carly Shaw. Kyla Humphreys on deck with Maggie McLean in the hole for Hastings College JV. Next pitch, just a bit outside there. Ball 1. It's 1-1 the count now to Shaw. Get a runner in scoring position. Gracie Graff at second base. 1-0 lead for the Broncos on our wicked fast scoreboard. Another good pitch from Elise Moreno into the zone. Makes it now 1-2 the count with 1 out. Can Moreno find her first strikeout today? The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Shaw swinging, and just like that, Elise Moreno will pick up the second out of this inning. On the season for Elise Moreno from a pitching standpoint, 20 innings pitched. That's third on the team. 6.54 ERA. She has given up 4 home runs, 6 strikeouts, 19 walks for the freshman. As first pitch into Kyla Humphreys, down low for ball number 1. As that's outside for quick ball 2. 2-0 the count now to Humphreys. As she'll turn on one to Bianca Tynes at second. Throw to first is in plenty of time, and that is how this inning will come to an end. Yes, 1 run did come across on a double from Gracie Graff, but we now head to the top of the second inning. Can the Knights bounce back with a run in their top of the second? Well, you're going to have to stay tuned and find out. We come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and, of course, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NordPlattePost.com.
Spring is here. The sun is shining, flowers are blooming, and every time the wind blows, you feel it inside. And that foggy glass? No, that's not morning dew. It's a sign it's time for an upgrade. Good news. Larry's Glass in North Platte, a locally and veteran-owned business, has the expertise to upgrade those old windows with crystal clear views and energy efficiency to keep your home comfortable all year round. Enjoy spring without the indoor breeze. Call Larry's Glass today or stop by 211 West 5th in North Platte, where quality meets clarity. Every step should feel great, but if foot pain, bunions, heel spurs, or injuries are slowing you down, Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists is here to help. Their expert team of doctors provide top-notch care, from routine foot health to advanced treatments and surgery. Whether you're an athlete, always on the go, or just tired of aching feet, they'll get you back on your feet pain-free. Step into comfort. Call Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists today, or see them online at gpfootandankle.com.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, as up to bat for the Knights in their top of the second inning, Ren Herrick for North Platte Community College against Bailey Schmidt. Half-inning breaks are, as always, brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Location 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as Herrick takes a big swing and a miss for strike number 1. Broncos lead 1-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Thank you also to our other Sports Zone sponsors for today's game. That is one, Justin Thompson with American Family Insurance. As that one slowly grounded on over to Graff at short. Throw to first will be just in the nick of time. And there's out number 1 in this top of the second inning on the Knights offense. Again, Justin Thompson Family Agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch customer service, no matter what type of insurance you are looking for. Check out their offices in North Platte, Ogallala, Broken Bow, and Ord, as Bianca Tyen now will come into bat for the Knights here in this top of the second inning. We'll see a pitch that's outside for ball number 1 to Tyen. She'll swing and miss on the next one from Bailey Schmidt for strike 1. 1-1. Now the count on deck for the Knights. Sophia Foster with Callie Clemens in the hole for North Platte Community College. The 1-1 from Schmidt. That's outside high for ball 2. 2-1 the count now. Also, thank you to our other Sports Zone sponsor for today's game, Dr. Chris Kroll and his crew at Kroll Clinic. Located in the Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte and McCook, where they specialize in sports injuries. Looking to get you back into the game faster. With the best part about it, no facility fees. Good bounce back fastball from Schmidt. It's now 2-2 the count with one out in the top of the second inning. Broncos leading 1-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard. It's 2-2. Grounded slowly on over to Skinner at third. She gloves it, throwing it to first, and that is how the Broncos will get their next out as Sam Skinner able to pick up the roller, and with that, here comes the first baseman, Sophia Foster, up to bat. Picked up a good hit into center field in game number 1, and with 2 outs, can she generate some late offense in this inning for the Knights against Bailey Schmidt? As Schmidt's first pitch is down low, ball 1. 1-0 the count, 2 outs here in game number 2 of this doubleheader. Knights won game 1 11-6. Can they come away with 2 in a row? Is getting some good contact with that one, Sophia Foster, but it's pulled foul for strike number 1. 1-1 the count with 2 outs now on our wicked fast scoreboard. On deck, Callie Clemens, Afia Hunt in the hole for the Knights. Coach Franzen giving some words of encouragement to Foster. See her next pitch into her, down low for ball 2. It's 2-1 the count now with 2 outs. As Bailey Schmidt gets a sign from McLean and delivers. That's making it a 3-1 count now as that bounces just in front of McLean. 3-1 with 2 outs, top of the second inning. 1-0 lead for the Broncos of Hastings College JV. As Schmidt gets the sign and her 3-1. Slowly grounded on over to the first baseman, Shaw. She steps on the bag, and that is how this inning will come to an end. A quick 1-2-3 for the Knights in their top of the second inning. Can they do the same? We come back to the bottom of the second inning for the offense of Hastings College JV. You'll have to tune in when we come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
Buying a car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers the full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back to the Bill Smith Sports Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410. That's popped into the air right off the bat from Maggie McLean to start this bottom of the second inning. And there's Evan Hutchinson to grab the first out of this bottom of the second inning, with up to bat being, of course, North Platte native Juliana Ortiz with nobody on. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann in the fortified group, as Ortiz will tee one up into center field for a base hit. It's now the third hit today for
number 17, Reagan Malone.
The Broncos, with Reagan Malone now up to bat. Of course, half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann in the fortified group. Check out Kevin McGann in The Fortify Group, his location 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Malone at bat for side of the Broncos. There's a good pitch from Lees Moreno into the zone for strike number 1. Also thank to our Sports Zone sponsors for today's game. Smoking Double D's at Butch's in Hershey, locally owned and operated, where they smoke their own meats low and slow to bring you award-winning barbecue. Next pitch from Moreno is down in the dirt for ball number 2. It's 2-0 the count into Reagan Malone. Make that 3-0 as it's way upstairs. No, correction, 2-1 now. The count. With one out here in this bottom of the second inning, Moreno lines up. That's in there, strike 2. Good pitch from Elise Moreno, as she, just like with Sarah Perez, trying to go almost the full distance in today's game, specifically the second one, so the Knights can come away with 2 straight victories. The 2-2. Well, that's way down low on an off speed for ball 3. It's now 3-2 the count with 1 out. Bottom of the second inning, a runner at first being Juliana Ortiz for Hastings College JV. The 3-2. That one teed up on over to Bianca Tyans. Throw over to second will be in time. Throw to first. Gets away from one Sophia Foster, but they'll get the out on over at second base. So a fielder's choice for Reagan Malone.
Now hitting number 3, Ashley Arredondo.
As there's now 2 outs here in this inning for Ashley Arredondo to come up to bat, as first pitch from Moreno in there for strike number 1, as Hutchinson was thinking that Reagan Malone was going to take off on over at first base. As the 0-1 from Moreno. Swing and a miss. Arredondo for strike number 2. 0-2 now the count with 2 down in this bottom of the second inning. Knights trail 1-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard, as here comes the payoff pitch from Lise Moreno. That one up and gloved out of the sky by Sophia Foster, and that is how this inning comes to an end. There was 2 runners that had gotten aboard from the Broncos, but the Knights defense getting it done. We now move to the top of the third inning, a 1-0 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard. We come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Looking for midweek fun? River's Edge Golf Club has you covered. Wednesday, test your knowledge at Trivia Night, kicking off at 7 p.m. Gather your team and show off those brainy skills. Thursday, it's Burger Night. Buy 1 delicious, juicy burger and get the second half off. Now that's a deal worth swinging for. And with the weather warming up, it's the perfect time to hit the greens. Call now to book your tee time. River's Edge Golf Club, where good times and great golf meet.
Starting something new can be challenging. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see what it takes to build your dreams, and through our educational instruction, make them a reality. Whether you are learning a new skill that can take your professional career to the next level, or you're looking to change your life through our educational offerings, you can build a successful future. Enroll today and begin transforming your future at npcc.edu. That's npcc.edu.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Knights trailing Hastings College JV, and the Broncos 1-0 in this top of the third inning. Half inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group, helping Nebraska families, farmers, and businesses for more than 50 years. As Callie Clemens now comes up to bat for North Platte Community College. And the Knights so far this season for Clemens, from a hitting perspective, .233 batting average with 3 RBIs and four walks to her name, as she'll see a pitch from Haley Schmidt outside for First ball in this at bat. It's now 1-2 the count to the left fielder Clemens is the 1-2. High upstairs above the lettering for ball 2. 2-2 the count. Afia Hunt on deck with Elise Moreno in the hole for North Platte Community College and the Knights. They again trail 1-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard to the Broncos in this game number 2 as Clemens gets a piece of the softball and fouls it to the fence line behind home plate for another 2-2 count. As Schmidt gets the sign from McLean and her 2-2. Oh, my good heavens, that's in there for out number 1 and strike number 3 of this at-bat. I mean, that was looking high and away, but home plate umpire saw otherwise, and there's the first out of this inning for the Knights with Afia Hunt up to bat. She had a good strong hit in game number 1 that brought some runs home, but also some good patience in the batter's box, getting a walk as well as the first pitch from Bailey Schmidt is upstairs for ball 1. Back to the top of the order after Hunt, Elise Moreno on deck, and then Victoria Arellano in the hole as that next pitch from Schmidt is down low for ball 2. It's 2-0 the count now with 1 out. Schmidt so far 34 pitches, 19 strikes, 15 balls already in this top of the 3rd inning. Schmidt gets the sign from McLean and her 2-0. In there, strike number 1. 2-1. Wind dying down a little bit now as the night or the evening turns into the night. Schmidt's 2-1 pitch. That one slightly tapped. Good glove there by Gracie Graff to throw to first. Not in time as Afia Hunt gets on with a single. I mean, Graff had to really turn on it quickly. Almost got the out at first, but another hit for the Knights puts a runner on for Elise Moreno to check in with 1 out. She singled into right field in her first at-bat against Bailey Schmidt. Now has a runner in base pads, Afia Hunt, who did score multiple times. That one lopped into right field, but there to get it, Kyla Humphreys. So Moreno back-to-back hits into right field, one of them being successful, the other one falling into the hands of Humphreys. As here's Victoria Arellano reached on a fielder's choice in her first plate appearance after her grounder to Graff at short got the force out of Moreno in the first inning. That one's going to go into right field. Oh, but it's pulled foul. The wind now just starting to pick up. Oh, I'm going to say it's fair. Whoa, hold on a minute there. It looked like it was foul. Now hold on a second. I don't know if I have bad eyesight, but it looked like that was pulled foul instead of fair. And now we're going to have a discussion with the umpires. It looked like it, well, certainly pulled on the foul side on that hit into right field, and they will say it's a foul ball. As there's strike number 1 to Arellano. And with that, an 0-1 count. Still runner at first being Afia Hunt. Knights trailing 1-0 early in this ball game as Schmidt now with her 0-1 pitch gets the sign she likes and delivers it. Foul to the inning. Strike number 2. It's 0-2 the count with 2 outs. This top of the 3rd inning, the Knights trying to answer back after they gave up an opening bottom of the 1st inning run against the Broncos. 0-2 is Bailey Schmidt trying to get out of this inning once again unscathed. She'll step back into the circle and Arellano back into the batter's box. Here comes the 0-2 pitch on the way. That one popped again up into the sky and then pulled foul behind the grandstands for the 3rd foul ball of this at-bat. Heaven Hutchinson on deck with Sarah Perez in the hole for North Platte Community College. Schmidt's payoff 0-2 again. That's Low for the first ball of this at-bat. 1-2. Hunt still on over at first. Is a steal threat for the Knights if Coach Mark Franzen wants to test the waters. The 1-2 pitch. That one softly grounded over to Graff at short. It bounces out of her glove. Afia Hunt's going to go on over to third. I don't think that was a correct decision, as looks like she didn't see the sign from Coach Mark Franzen, and that's how this inning will come to an end, and he'll have a conversation with Afia Hunt as they make their way back to the dugout. The inning comes to an end. The Knights had a couple of runners on, but just couldn't come away with it. We now go to the bottom of the third inning. A 1-0 lead for the side of Hastings College JV. We come back. FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
You're hungry and you don't want to cook. Time for Dave's.
You know how it goes. It's 6 p.m. already and nothing's planned for dinner. Let Dave's Place take care of it. With dine-in and carry-out, your family's meal is taken care of.
And Dave's Place has the big game on.
A family atmosphere with plenty of TVs to watch all the matchups you want. With homemade pizza, wings of almost any flavor, and nightly drink specials, Dave's Place won't let you down for dinner.
Dave's Place, 1510 East 4th Street, North Platte, or online at davesplacemp.com.
Whoop, whoop.
Are you in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Look no further than Bill Summers Ford, Honda, Nissan, Lincoln for your next vehicle. Look online 24/7 at BillSummers.com. Bill Summers is Western Nebraska's leasing headquarters, and they have aggressive financing to get you into the vehicle you've been dreaming of. Check out all the inventory at BillSummers.com anytime. Bill Summers Ford, Honda, Nissan, Lincoln, where families are our business. Highway 83 and Walker Road in North Platte, and online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
North Platte Post Sports.
Now batting for the Broncos.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex. Bottom of the third inning here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's video sponsor. Of course, our video sponsor, WB's Fun Center. Still on the mound, Elise Moreno going up against Claire Kimbrough for the second time today. Kimbrough walked in her first plate appearance against Moreno, and Elise Moreno turned around in the second one. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group at its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, for your farm, crop, auto, home, and commercial insurance, as well as Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and are looking to bring those services to the North Platte area. A quick little grounder from Kimbrough to Sarah Perez on over at third base. And just like that, there's one out here to start this bottom of the third inning. This game already flying by with some quick outs from either side, as here's Sam Skinner reached on a fielder's choice in her last plate appearance for the Broncos. They lead 1-0 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard here in the bottom of the third, as Moreno's first pitch into Skinner is upstairs for ball number one. Of course, the Knights will have a week-long break before they travel to Colorado to take on Northeastern Junior College and the Plains women. So the 1-0 is now advanced to 2-0. Of course, the Plains women beat the Knights just a week ago in 2 games in their doubleheader. The Knights exact revenge. Of the course, find out on Tuesday. 2-0 is quickly pushed now to 3-0 against Sam Skinner. Gracie Graff on deck. Carly Shaw in the hole for Hastings College JV. As Wynn, I was always joking about, was calming down a little bit. Now picking back up, as that's ball number 4 on a pitch above the letters. That's a walk for Sam Skinner on over to first with Gracie Graff up to bat. She doubled into the corner in left field in her first plate appearance. It got right past the glove of Sarah Perez at third, and because of that, skirted all the way to the left corner. And now first facing Elise Moreno for the second time. We'll see the first pitch down low for ball number 1. Moreno at 39 pitches, 20 balls, and 19 strikes. As she winds up her 1-0 and bounces back with one in the zone. Strike number 1. 1-1 the count with one out on deck, being Carly Shaw, and then Kyla Humphreys in the hole for the Broncos. That's the 1-1. Well, that one almost skirts away from Evan Hutchinson there. Ball 2, 2-1 the count with 1 out. In this bottom of the third inning. Again, Knights won game number 1, 11-6, snapping their 8-game losing streak and getting things started the right way as that one's popped up to Sophia Foster at first, and she gets under it for an easy out number 2. Again, the Knights trying to find momentum as we're getting closer to the end of the season. Again, only now 5 games left in the year, or the regular season, before we get into Region 9 tournament play. Carly Shaw up next. She struck out swinging in her first plate appearance. We'll stare at one almost in the dirt for ball number 1. But the Knights just trying to find any sort of, I don't want to say, I think consistency is the word that you want to be using with this Knights team, is the 1-0. Another fastball that's low for ball 2, and it's really been the struggle this season for this team is how do they find consistency, whether it be from the pitching standpoint, defensively, hitting. Yeah, I maybe take hitting a little out of it, as they have been a pretty good hitting team this entire season. The 2-0 is in there for strike number 1, but I think more just boils down to where can they find the consistency on the pitching and defensive side of things, as that has been the bugaboo for them all season. They have some good games where they put up some really good numbers and then just have one bad inning where it all falls apart as that one's going to the gap in left field, and it's going to be gloved up left center by Afia Hunt. They're going to bring out almost home Sam Skinner, but that's a stand-up double for Carly Shaw. It might have gone the distance if the wind was playing a little better today, but that is a double for Shaw, and just like that, there's now a runner, 2 runners in scoring position for the Broncos in this bottom of the third inning for Kyla Humphreys. She grounded out to Bianca Tyen in her first plate appearance, has Skinner at third, and then, oh, that one gets into left field. As I finish my sentence, 1 run comes home, and then the other as Olano throws it, no good, thrown over to second from Hutchinson. Oh no, that gets into the outfield, as that's now going to bring Kyla Humphreys to third base. So what was just a single now results in 2 runs coming home and Humphreys advancing all the way to third on a passed up ball. So it goes a little bad to worse for the Knights. They trailed 3-0 early on in this game now, with up to bat being Maggie McLean. Flew out in her first plate appearance against Elise Moreno, as that pitch is down low for ball number 1. And there's a good point, and there's a good showing right there of trying to find the consistency. You know, after a good start, you know, they gave the 1 run in the bottom of the first inning, then 1 bad play from the defensive side of things leads to 2 runs coming across, and now potentially another with Humphreys at third. 2-0 the count with 2 outs, as Moreno's next pitch is outside for ball number 3. 3-0 the count from Elise Moreno to Maggie McLean. Juliana Ortiz on deck with Reagan Malone in the hole. That's ball number 4. That's almost in the dirt, and now there's runners at the corners for Hastings College JV. Juliana Ortiz singled in her last plate appearance into center field. Can she do it again and bring a run home? That pitch is high from Ortiz for ball 1. Of course, the North Platte native was committed to North Platte Community College 2 years ago before Coach Nell Higgins was fired last season before the start of the year. Uh-oh, that bounces away from Heaven Hutchinson, and with that, Humphreys is going to score. Uh-oh, and it gets away then from Elise Moreno at home, and Maggie McLean then moves on over to third base. And again, the talk about the defensive consistency is still prevalent, as it's now 2-0 the count to Juliana Ortiz. Of course, Ortiz was committed to North Platte Community College before Coach Higgins was let go last season. The team then decided not to play the year. And with that, Knights didn't have a softball season last year, and now come back with a whole new fresh squad and a whole new coaching staff, as well as that fastball from Moreno. Titans side for ball 3. It's 3-0 the count, 4-0 the lead for the Broncos in this game. Knights have already accrued 3 errors in this game and make that another walk as Ortiz scampers to first for Reagan Malone. As time's going to be called, and out comes head coach Mark Franzen to have a discussion with Moreno as she's furiously shaking her head to not get pulled out and not even going to have the chance, as she is going to get binned already here in this bottom of the 3rd inning. She'll now move back on over to shortstop, and it's looks like Victoria Arellano will be taking over on the mound for North Platte Community College. So a pitching change already for North Platte. After giving up 3 runs this inning with 2 outs. Shortstop in these 2 games, Victoria Arellano now will come up to pitch versus Reagan Malone. There's runners at the corners for the Broncos. Ortiz at first, Maggie McLean at third, and as I said, 2 outs in this ball game. And again, this inning really has been a showing of what I was talking about earlier in terms of the Knights trying to find consistency in their game. There's been many of times this season you can point to individual games or even series where they'll look good for a couple innings, and just one inning where it all just kind of stumbles and falls apart and gets back to looking good, and then will stumble and fall apart again. So, and a lot of things come with just how young this roster is. Only 2 sophomores on the team, and really them trying to get things started in their first season under Coach Mark Franzen, who had to put the roster late together after the hire late in the year this year, or last year. So it's all about, for this Knights team, how are they going to just continue to not only grow, which, undoubtedly they've gotten so much better this season than where they started the year, but how can they continue to find ways to stay consistent? Because if they can, this team can be a very strong team in the Region 9. I talked with head coach Mark Franzen during the break, and he was excited about the prospects to, even though the season's quickly coming to an end before you know it, he's excited about how this team can respond to, these three road series before the Region 9 tournament. As up comes Reagan Malone, who reached on a fielder's choice in her first plate appearance. As first pitch from Arellano is upstairs for ball 1, 1-0 the count. In this bottom of the 3rd inning, runners at the corners for the Broncos. Is the next pitch also, correction, it's in the zone there. Strike 1, 1-1 the count. Following Malone, Ashley Arredondo, and then back to the top of the order with Claire Kimbrough. At 1-1 now, 2-1, following the pitch upstairs to Malone for ball 2, 2-1. Runners at the corners, a 4-0 lead for Hastings College JV. Next pitch. In there, strike number 2. Marlondo, good bounce back there. 2-2 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 3rd inning on our wicked fast scoreboard. Marlondo looking for the final strike of this at-bat. That one foul down the 3rd base side, so we'll once again go back to 2-2 as Ortiz will trot back to first base. Still a 2-2 count as Arellano gets the softball back from the outfield. 2-2 to Reagan Malone as Arellano delivers said pitch. Once again, foul tipped off by Malone for another 2-2 count, 2nd straight foul ball. As the Knights looking to stop the bleeding after giving up 3 runs in this inning. 2-2. Softly grounded to Bianca Tynes at second. Throw to first is in time, and they will get the inning over, but not before 3 runs do come across this inning for the Broncos. We're now going to go to the top of the 4th. Can the Knights offense bounce back and find a way to get back into this game? You have to stay and take a check when we come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Puro Clean of North Platte delivers fast water, mold, and fire damage restoration services to the North Platte area. Puro Clean knows how challenging those times can be to you and to your family. Their Nebraska-based experts have a winning, reliable combination of training and equipment partnerships. Local, fast service in the North Platte area. Their average on-site time is 60 minutes, and they'll coordinate with your local insurance provider. Give Puro Clean a call now at 1-800-775-7876 and schedule a visit from a member of the team at Puro Clean in North Platte.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our video live stream, NorthPlattePost.com, on our WB's Fun Center live stream, as that one's going to be slowly chopped on over to Reagan Malone, who throws it to first as Heaven Hutchinson grounds out to lead off this top of the 4th inning. Happening breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Sarah Perez flew out to Claire Kimbrough in left field in her first plate appearance. As here comes Bailey Schmidt with her first pitch this inning to Perez as she smashes that one to left field, but it's going to go foul for strike number 1. Good contact from the power hitter, who, of course, leads the team with home runs at 5 for North Platte Community College. As following Sarah Perez, Ren Herrick is on deck, and Bianca Tyen in the hole for the Knights. They can get that far this inning. The 0-1 from Schmidt. That one popped into the air again, but there's Gracie Graff to glove it at short. There's a quick 2-up, 2 down for the Knights offense in this top of the 4th inning for Ren Herrick. She grounded out to Gracie Graff in her last plate appearance, trying to avoid yet another inning of 3-up, 3-down softball. As Schmidt, with her 46th pitch, delivers. Herrick gets that into center field, and that's a base hit for the Knights. So the Knights do avoid the 3-up, 3-down situation with a good base hit from Ren Herrick. As she's been starting to get heating things up from the hitting standpoint as the season continues to draw closer to an end. Bianca Tyen, who grounded out to Sam Skinner in her first plate appearance, now faces Schmidt again. Singled in game number 1. Can she do it again here? But fouls off the first pitch for strike 1. It's 0-1 the count now. 2 outs on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Herrick on over at first base for the Knights, as Schmidt, with her 0-1 pitch, delivers. Tyens with some good contacts will foul it back to the fence. So it's now an 0-2 count to the second baseman, Bianca Tyens. Sophia Foster on deck with Callie Clemens in the hole for the Knights. Here comes said 0-2 pitch from Bailey Schmidt. That's low and away. Ball number 1. McLean set up like they were hoping Tyens would just take a swing at it, but smart from the freshman not to do so. It's 1-2 the count now to the second baseman as Schmidt fires. That's another pitch that's outside to Bianca Tyens. No runs on 4 hits, 3 errors for the Knights. 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the Broncos. Next pitch, off speed, is in the zone there for strike number 3, and that's the final out of this inning. And we'll now go to the bottom of the 4th. Knights trailing 4-0 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard when we come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1 AM 1410 and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Looking for midweek fun? River's Edge Golf Club has you covered. Wednesday, test your knowledge at Trivia Night, kicking off at 7 p.m. Gather your team and show off those brainy skills. Thursday, it's Burger Night. Buy one delicious, juicy burger and get the second half off. Now that's a deal worth swinging for. And with the weather warming up, it's the perfect time to hit the greens. Call now to book your tee time. River's Edge Golf Club, where good times and great golf meet.
Every step should feel great, but if foot pain, bunions, heel spurs, or injuries are slowing you down, Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists is here to help. Their expert team of doctors provide top-notch care, from routine foot health to advanced treatments and surgery. Whether you're an athlete, always on the go, or just tired of aching feet, they'll get you back on your feet pain-free. Step into comfort. Call Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialists today, or see them online at gpfootandankle.com.
North Platte Community College Sports on FM 98.1 and AM 1410, KWOQ-AM, North Platte. Enjoy a great home-cooked breakfast from Merrick's Ranch House, Tuesday through Sunday from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex. Nice trailing Hastings College JV 4-0 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Ashley Arredondo up to bat for the Broncos in this inning. Victoria Arellano pitching in the second inning, her first full inning of work after relieving Elise Moreno last inning. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann of the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann, the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. As well as our other Sports Zone sponsors for today's game, Premier Toyota. Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte. I invite you to stop out and take a test drive here today as Arredondo goes down swinging for out number 1. This bottom of the 4th inning with Claire Kimbrough up to bat. She grounded out to Sarah Perez in her last plate appearance for the Broncos. Walked in her first. She's in the series today has been walked 5 times. As Arellano's pitch in there for strike number 1 to Kimbrough. Nice little firm strikeout pose from the home plate umpire as the 0-1 upstairs for ball number 1. 1-1 the count now. Again, 4 runs, 5 hits, 1 error for the side of Hastings College JV. No runs, 4 hits, 3 errors for the Knights. The 1-1 pitch. Another one that's upstairs from Arellano for ball 2. It's 2-1 the count to Kimbrough. Sam Skinner on deck with Gracie Graff in the hole for Hastings College JV. As the 2-1 pitch on its way. It's upstairs. It's ball 3, so Arellano trying to get back in the zone as Sarah Perez giving her some encouragement. Again, all smiles from the sophomore. 3-1 pitch, here it comes. In there, strike number 2. Whichever words of encouragement came her way worked out well. 3-2 with 1 out. Did she find the second out of this inning? As Arellano's 3-2. Popped up to center field. On comes Afia Hunt. Gets there in plenty of time to record the second out of this inning.
Now batting number 21, Sam Skinner.
Now up to bat comes Sam Skinner. Skinner reached on a fielder's choice in her first plate appearance against Elise Moreno and then walked in her second. This is the first time she's facing Victoria Arellano. As Hutchinson gives the sign in the first pitch. In there, strike number 1. That up around the lettering, but sneaks in for strike 1. 0-1 the count on deck. Gracie Graff, and then Carly Shaw for the side of Hastings College JV. The 0-1, way upstairs. Almost got its whole new area code. It was so far out of the zone. 1-1 the count with 2 outs here in this bottom of the 4th inning. Arellano's pitch. That one popped once again into the heavens. Underneath it gets Elise Moreno, and that's how this inning will come to an end. Another 1-2-3 inning for the Broncos offense. Tonight's clicking on all cylinders now in the defensive side. Can the offense now catch back up as they trail 4-0? We come back here to Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlatte.post.com.
Hungry for real slow smoked barbecue? Smoking Double D's in Hershey has you covered. Locally owned and operated, they smoke their meats low and slow for mouth-watering flavor. Open Tuesday through Saturday, they're serving up barbecue favorites all day long. Craving something special? Don't miss chicken fried steak every Friday night and prime rib every Saturday. That's Smoking Double D's, where greatness happens overnight. And every bite is worth the wait.
Whether you're a weekend warrior, youth, or professional athlete, the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team has you covered. The team includes orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, and other healthcare specialists who spend their time at local high school and college sporting events, ensuring that athletes stay as injury-free as possible. In the event of an injury, the team remains committed to returning athletes to competition as quickly and safely as possible.
Contact the Great Plains Health Sports Medicine Team by calling 308-568-7456.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex. Knights now here in the top of the 5th inning, trailing the Broncos of Hastings College JV 4-0 as Sophia Foster gets one into right field over the outreach glove of Reagan Malone to lead off this inning. Exactly what the doctor needed there. Good hit from the Knights as they now get a runner on to first. And up to bat comes Callie Clemens, struck out looking in her previous plate appearance. Sophia Hunt on deck with Elise Moreno in the hole. As Clemens, who's had a pretty down day in terms of her overall hitting, struck out a couple of times. Now trying to lay the bunt down as it's fouled off for strike number 1. 0-1 the count with runner at first base being Sophia Foster. Again, Clemens up to bat. Afia Hunt on deck with Elise Moreno in the hole. As Bailey Schmidt, 53 total pitches, 35 strikes, 18 balls, doing a much better job in this game than previous pitchers for Hastings College JV. In terms of a consistent pitching range, is that's in the outside for ball 1, 1-1. Clemens looking to lay the bunt down, so the infield playing for said bunt. So another 1-1 pulls back. It's ball 2, and you know that's some of the things that Callie Clemens I think has been hoping to work on as the season's gone on. We know she can hit with some good power, but I think her contact needs to be just a smidge more consistent as she takes a real half-hearted swing. Was looking to lay the bunt down and then just half-heartedly swung on one for strike number 2. Still runner at first base, nobody out. Top of the 5th inning for the Knights offense, trailing 4-0 as Schmidt delivers. Upstairs, ball 3. 3-2 now the count. One runner on over at first being Sophia Foster for the Knights as the 3-2. Oh my good heavens, in there for strike number 3 as down goes Callie Clemens looking, and with that here comes Afia Hunt. She singled in her last plate appearance against Bailey Schmidt. Still Knights scoreless in this game. Number 2 is Schmidt's first pitch is outside of the zone for ball number 1. 4-0 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Have you downloaded the My Phillips 66 app yet? If not, you're missing out on so much savings with Wicked Fast. As that pitch bounces back into the zone, 1-1 the count with 1 out. Back to the top of the order up next for the Knights. Elise Moreno on deck with Victoria Arellano in the hole. As the 1-1. That one's popped up on over to Graff at short, and she easily gets under it for the second out of this inning. So 2 are down now in the
Now batting number 9.
top of the 5th, as Elise Moreno, who is now over at shortstop, getting relieved of her pitching duties by Arellano, now comes up to bat. She has hit both of her at-bats to right field. One went down for a single. The other was a pop out, as the next one from Schmidt is in the zone for strike 1. 0-1 the count now with 2 down. Foster still standing on over at first, ready to be advanced as the 0-1. Another pitch that finds the zone. 0-2 the count to Elise Moreno. Hopefully should still remain conscious and not swing at anything away from the zone. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Pulled foul down the right field side for another 0-2 count. Top of the 5th inning, Knights trailing 4-0 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. No runs on 5 hits for the Knights. 3 errors have been given up by this team. The 0-2 outside for ball 1. As Moreno gets back into the batter's box, ready to rock and roll. 1-2 as Bailey Schmidt gets his sign from McLean, and here comes another payoff 1-2. Grounded on over to first, easily gloved up by Shaw. She steps on the first base bag, and that's how this top of the 5th comes to an end. The Knights started off the inning with a hit, but unfortunately were unable to advance Foster from first. We now go to the bottom of the 5th inning. We have a 4-0 lead in favor of Hastings College JV. We come back here, FM 98.1, 1410 and live streaming on, of course, our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
For the ultimate fun day out, start at Brigham's Tap Room with a brand new menu you won't want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams on our big screens. Pair the excitement with amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience at Brigham's Tap Room. And when you're ready for more fun, head over to Wild Bill's Fun Center. Dive into our action-packed arcade, knock down pins in our bowling alley, and gear up for an epic laser tag battle. There's something for everyone at Wild Bill's, where the fun never stops.
Today is the day. After countless hours of research, cutting back expenses, and 9 months of anxiously waiting for her, today is the day you finally bring home your new car. It's also the day to protect her with an auto policy from Shelter Insurance. Our policies are competitively priced and include new car replacement coverage if anything were to happen to your new baby.
Ask me, Shelter Agent Brent Rogo, how to protect what you have waited for. Find me at 405 East C Street in North Platte.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. 4-0 lead for the Broncos here entering the bottom of the 5th inning. Our half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Also, thank you to our other Sports Zone sponsors for today's game. Another round bar and grill / Rivers Edge Golf Club. At Rivers Edge Golf Club, they feature modern amenities, a beautifully maintained course, lush greens, and breathtaking views of the North Platte River. Rivers Edge Golf Club delivers one of the best golfing experiences in West Central Nebraska. As that ball is fouled out from Gracie Graff for another 0-2 count. Graff is up to bat. Carly Shaw on deck with Kyla Humphreys in the hole for Hastings College JV, as Arellano will now get the sign from Hutchinson and deliver her 0-2 upstairs for the first ball of this at-bat. 1-2 the count, nobody out, nobody on. Bottom of the fifth, 4-0 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard for Hastings College JV. The 1-2 pitch. Another one that's above the zone. So it was a 0-2 count to Graff, is now pushed back to 2-2. And she'll step back into the circle, does Arellano, and now wind up for her 2-2. Make that 3-2, so 3 straight balls from Victoria Arellano. As Graff is staring down the barrel of a walk. She, of course, flew out in her last plate appearance, doubled in her first, as the 3-2 fouled off for another 3-2 at bat. Good battle here between these two in this bottom of the fifth inning. As Arellano gets set, likes the sign from Hutchinson. Her payoff, 3-2. It's upstairs, ball 4, and with that, Gracie Graff walks on over to first base with Carly Shaw now up to bat. Struck out swinging in her first plate appearance, doubled to the gap in left center field as a runner being Gracie Graff on over at first base for the Broncos as they lead again 4-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Turned on to center field. That one's going almost all the way back. It gets to the fence, so that's going to be probably a stand-up double for Carly Shaw, her second of the game. As she now a little slow and hobbling, as looked like she rolled her ankle. But it's another stand-up double for Carly Shaw. Puts 2 more runners in scoring position for the side of the Broncos with nobody out in this bottom of the fifth inning. Kyla Humphreys up to bat. Has Graff at third, Shaw at second. She singled in her last plate appearance as Bianca Tynes, good backhander, on over to first in time, and there's out number 1. But a run does score for the Broncos.
Number 15, Maggie, the Maggie McLean.
As they now take a 5-0 lead here on our wicked fast scoreboard. McLean 0 for 1, flew out in her first plate appearance to Heaven Hutchinson, and then walked in her second. Following McLean, Juliana Ortiz, and then Reagan Malone. Still one out in the bottom of the fifth. Hastings College JV with a 5-0 lead as Arellano delivers. High upstairs. Ball number 1. 1-0 the count. This bottom of the fifth inning. 5 runs on 6 hits. 1 error for the Broncos. No runs, 5 hits, 3 errors for the Knights. The 1-0 pitch. Another one that's upstairs from Arellano for ball 2. Of course, Sheena Smith normally in this situation would be a pitcher to potentially come in for the Knights, but again, dealing with that elbow injury. Has had some time off, as that off speed from Arellano is down low for ball 3. 3-0 the count. 1 runner on, 1 out in this bottom of the fifth inning. 5-0 lead for Hastings College JV. 3-0 pitch is up high for ball 4, and McLean will stroll on over to first for Juliana Ortiz. She walked in her last plate appearance, singled in her first up the middle into center, has a runner in scoring position, again being Carly Shaw at third, with McLean at first. As that pitch from Arellano is outside for ball number 1. Arellano this inning really struggling to find the consistency she had when she first got on, only 33 pitches into her relief effort. As that next pitch is upstairs for ball 2 from Victoria Arellano. Again, runners at the corners for the Broncos. Only 1 out in the bottom of the fifth inning. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Slowly grounded. Bianca Tynes going to pick it up at second, throw it to first, and that'll be in time. Another run does come across as the ground out does come and play, and now the lead once again slowly but steadily grows as Reagan Malone now comes up to bat. Malone grounded out in her last plate appearance to Bianca Tyen. Got into a fielder's choice in her first. Has McLean at second base, and a now 6-0 lead for Hastings College JV. Here comes pitch from Arellano, is pulled. Can it get into center field? No, great glove by Tyen to throw to first. Oh, gets away from Sophia Foster. It's another mistake by this Knights infield as Tyen trying to quickly throw it to first, cannot do so, and that's another error for the Knights, their fourth today. And with that, another run comes across for the Broncos. They lead 7-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard as time's going to be called. I think we're going to have a courtesy runner for Reagan Malone as Ashley Arredondo is up to bat. The courtesy runner for Hastings College, Mallory Brinkerhoff, will be courtesy runner for Malone on over at first, but 7-0 lead. Arredondo struck out swinging in her last plate appearance for the Broncos, as they now host a 7-0 lead in this game number 2. Still 2 outs in this second game for the Knights. Once again, the struggles persisting in terms of finding that elusive final out, as first pitch is upstairs to Arredondo. Next up, Claire Kimbrough for the Broncos, as Arellano's delivery slowly grounded and foul down the third base side. Strike number 1 to Arredondo. As the Knights trying to get out of this inning without letting up one more run, as that would push the Knights to the run rule next inning. As the 1-1. Swing and a miss on a pitch way upstairs. Here's strike number 2. It's 1-2 now to Arredondo. Brinkerhoff on over at first, courtesy running for Malone. The 1-2 pitch. Slowly grounded. That's going to get gloved out of the reach, actually, of Bianca Tyen's. Great throw from Afia Hunt. Will, oh no, not get tagged out at third as Sarah Perez, unfortunately, lost control of the softball, and just like that, a runner now gets into, well, correction, 2 runners now get into scoring position.
Now batting for the Broncos, number 6, Claire Kimbrough.
As Claire Kimbrough comes up with an opportunity to continue the lead that is ever growing for the Broncos, and again push the Knights to run rule point. Again, 8 after 6. As first pitch from Arellano is in the zone for strike number 1. Good bounce back pitch for her. As 2 outs and a runner at second and third for the Broncos. Claire Kimbrough with an opportunity to bring some more runs home. We'll see a pitch upstairs for ball number 1. 1-1 the count now. Brinkerhoff at third, and then Arredondo at second. A 1-1 count on the way. Good pitch from Victoria Arellano. It's now 1-2 to the left fielder, Kimbrough. Skinner on deck with Gracie Graff in the hole. Big pitch for Arellano right here. The 1-2. That's popped up. That's going into Sarah Perez at third base. She gets there and gloves it. And this game will, of course, continue on with North Platte Community College now going to their top of the 6th inning, trailing 7-0. We come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1 AM 1410 and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Save money at the pump at Quick Stop with the Dino Pay app. Dino Pay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings. The Sinclair Dino Pay saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
You're hungry and you don't want to cook. Time for Dave's.
You know how it goes. It's 6 p.m. already and nothing's planned for dinner. Let Dave's Place take care of it. With dine-in and carry-out, your family's meal is taken care of.
And Dave's Place has the big game on.
A family atmosphere with plenty of TVs to watch all the matchups you want. With homemade pizza, wings of almost any flavor, and nightly drink specials, Dave's Place won't let you down for dinner.
Dave's Place, 1510 East 4th Street, North Platte, or online at davesplacemp.com.
Whoop, whoop.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back to the Bill Smith Softball Complex here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream as that's lifted out to right field. Oh, what a great glove. Up from Kyla Humphreys near the foul line as Victoria Arellano flies out to start this inning for the Knights. They've got some really good contact with some of their hits today. Just haven't been deep enough or consistent enough to pour the runners on. As again, 7 runs on 8 hits. As I say that, one goes into center field past Juliana Ortiz. And Heaven Hutchinson now was thinking about extra bases, but will pull back. She'll start off with 1 out, a single for the Knights. Would have been extra bases, but Hutchinson pulled the brakes, and here comes Sarah Perez. Again, 7 runs on 8 hits, 1 error for the side of Hastings College JV, compared to the no runs on now 6 hits and 4 errors for the Knights. In this game number 2 is Perez will foul that right off besides our press box for strike number 1. Ren Herrick on deck with Bianca Tyen in the hole for North Platte Community College, and the Knights here in this game number 2. They won game number 1 11-6, but unfortunately in this game number 2, the bats have gone quiet in terms of bringing runs home as Perez will lift one out into shallow right field. It falls for a base hit, and with that, that might be extra bases for the Knights as Perez is going to make her way on over to second, and that is going to be here comes Heaven Hutchinson coming home. Oh, and she gets tagged out. As the Knights once again tried to extend the play, Perez will get to second on the single that turns into, correction, let's just say that a double from side of Sarah Perez, but unfortunately for Evan Hutchinson, she gets tagged out going home. And that's now 2 down in this inning for Ren Herrick. We'll see a pitch outside for ball number 1. She singled in her last plate appearance for the Knights offense. Can she bring Sarah Perez home as she'll swing and slowly ground one on over to Skinner. Skinner throws to first. It's in time, and that's how this inning comes to an end. A quick inning for the Knights once again. We're going to the potential last half inning of play for the Broncos in the bottom of the 6th when we come back here to the Bill Smith Sports Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Sit back and watch me put
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, to motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrollClinic.com, that's KRULL Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It's a 7-0 lead in the now bottom of the 6th inning. North Platte Community College and the Knights trailing the Broncos 7-0 as that pitch from Arlano is in the dirt for ball number 1. Half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Following Skinner, Gracie Graff on deck, and then Carly Shaw in the hole for Hastings College JV, and what could potentially be their last bottom of the inning, as that one is skied straight on over to center field, but Afia Hunt doesn't have to move much to record the first out of this bottom of the 6th inning, following the pop fly, and here comes Gracie Graff. She walked in her last plate appearance for Hastings College JV. Doubled in her first plate appearance and flew out to Foster at first in her second. Arlano delivers. That fastball is low for ball 1. Shaw on deck with Humphreys in the hole. 3, 4, and 5 in the batting order now up for Hastings College JV. As here comes the 1-0 pitch from Arlano. Make that a 2-0 count as it's tight inside to Gracie Graff. 7-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard in favor of the Broncos of Hastings College JV. As Arlano now with her 2-0 pitch. That one's popped up. Right there to glove it easily is a side of Elise Moreno. So that's now 2 up, 2 down for the Knights defense with Carly Shaw up to bat. She's doubled to the gap in right center and the gap in left center in her last 2 plate appearances. And with nobody on and nobody in 2 down in this bottom of the 6th, she looks to keep the inning alive for the side of the Broncos. But that's skied to center field, and that's another out, and the final out of this bottom of the 6th inning. A quick 1-2-3 inning for the Broncos. We now are going to the top of the 7th inning. Can the Knights bring it back? You'll have to find out. We come back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
North Platte and beyond, your home just got safer and more comfortable. Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment has what you need, from wheelchairs to lift chairs, mobility scooters, and more. Conveniently located at 220 West Leota Street, Suite 1, right next to Great Plains Urgent Care. Their expert team is ready to help you move with ease. Call 308-568-8510 today and take the first step toward comfort, independence, and a better quality of life.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Bill Smith Softball Complex on FM 98.1, AM 1410. It's currently a 7-0 lead on our wicked fast scoreboard. 7 runs on 8 hits, 1 error for the side of Hastings College JV. No runs on 7 hits, 4 errors for the Knights, as Bianca Tyen now will check in here in the top of the 7th inning. A half-inning breaks brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. You can check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B, as Tyen swings and misses for Strike number 2 again, still on the mound, Bailey Schmidt. She's got 74 pitches so far for Schmidt as she gets the sign from McLean in her 0-2. It's pulled outside for ball number 1. 1-2 the count now to Bianca Tynes. Sophia Foster on deck with Callie Clemens in the hole for the Knights offense. The 1-2. Well, almost turned out to right field, but it'll be pulled foul for another 1-2 count. Thank you to our Sports Zone sponsors for today's game. Justin Thompson Family Agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves on top-notch customer service no matter what type of insurance you're looking for. Here comes the 1-2 pitch once again from Bailey Schmidt. Oh, that one's really tight inside for ball 2 on the fastball. 2-2 the count. Nobody out, nobody on here in this top of the 7th inning. The last half inning potentially of play if the Knights can't rattle off 7 runs in this inning. Swing and a misses. Down goes Bianca Tynes for out number 1. As here comes Sophia Foster. She got a big hit over Reagan Malone in the last inning, but couldn't advance farther than first base as Knights went then after that 3 straight outs. She grounded out to Carly Shaw in her first plate appearance against Bailey Schmidt. As the first pitch is outside, ball number 1 from Schmidt. 79 pitches, 52 strikes, 27 balls for Schmidt today. As the Knights try to find a way back in this game. The 1-0, grounded on over to Malone at second. The toss on over to first, and that is a ground out. And there's now one more out in this ball game for the Knights as Callie Clemens comes up to bat. 0 for 2 today. I think she's 0 for 5 overall on the series with a pair of strikeouts and swinging and looking. What a good opportunity for her if she can keep this game alive for the Knights with a big hit. Schmidt fires into Clemens. That's down low for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Fia Hunt on deck with Elise Moreno in the hole for North Platte Community College. The 1-0 pitch. Check swing, but it's in the zone either which way for strike number 1. 1-1 the count. Two outs in this inning. The 1-1 pitch. Ooh, that one's on the upper end of the zone. 1-2. So now we're down to the potential final strike of this ball game. As Bailey Schmidt will get the sign from McLean. Here comes the 1-2. Oh, it's in there. At around the knees for strike 3. And that's how this game does come to an end. The Knights, unfortunately, split the series versus Hastings College JV. They fall in game number 2, 7-0, but come away with the game 1 victory, 11-6. They now, of course, snapped their 8-game losing streak last game, but now fall to 5-21 on the season. And they're back in action next Tuesday against Northeastern Junior College, but overall, holistically against Hastings College JV, a D1 opponent from the MIAA. You got to be pretty happy with how they performed here today. I mean, you come away with a Game 1 victory, pretty dominantly a Game 1 victory. And yes, you get shut out in game number 2, but you had opportunities to bring some runs across. A couple of big mistakes on the base running side of things really hindered those runs coming across, but you can see that the potential is there. They had the opportunities to do so, just falling a bit too short in those opportunities. Just means, you know, when everything finally starts to click, you already know that everything is going to click in the right way possible. But that'll do it for these 2 games. And with that, we're going to step aside and take a break. When we come back, quick stop post-game show right here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
A car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
Spring is here. The sun is shining, flowers are blooming, and every time the wind blows, you feel it inside. And that foggy glass? No, that's not morning dew. It's a sign it's time for an upgrade. Good news. Larry's Glass in North Platte, a locally and veteran-owned business, has the expertise to upgrade those old windows with crystal clear views and energy efficiency to keep your home comfortable all year round. Enjoy spring without the indoor breeze. Call Larry's Glass today or stop by 211 West 5th in North Platte, where quality meets clarity.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. We're your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Get ready for the ultimate fun day out. Start at Brigham's Tap Room with a brand new menu you won't want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams on our big screens. Pair the excitement with amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience at Brigham's Tap Room. And when you're ready for more fun, head over to Wild Bill's Fun Center. Dive into our action-packed arcade, knock down pins in our bowling alley, and gear up for an epic laser tag battle. There's something for everyone at Wild Bill's, where the fun never stops.
Buying a car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrullClinic.com, that's KRULL Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to Hastings College JV, more specifically the Bill Smith Softball Complex. Knights split the series against the Broncos, 1-1. They won game 1 11-6, but fall in game number 2 7-0. 7 runs on 8 hits, no errors, 6 left stranded for Hastings JV and the Broncos. No runs, 7 hits, 4 errors, and 5 left stranded for North Platte Community College and the Knights in this game number 2. I mean, again, you look at the scoreboard and you say, oh, they didn't put up a single run. It must have been a pretty bad shutout here. Well, no, they had opportunities. They put together some good hits, and they had opportunities to keep saying opportunities because that's really the word of this second game, an opportunity. They had an opportunity to bring those runs home, but just a couple of base running mistakes, some mistakes in the infield are really what cost the Knights in this second game. Really looked like it all just fell apart a little bit in the second game, and that's where we talk about the consistency side of things and how can this team continue not only to progress forward and look better like they have been, but keep that consistency through an entire 7 innings. And I think once they're able to figure that out, or at least find a way to continue that, then things will look much better for this Knights team. They now are 5-21 on the season. They'll be traveling to Northeastern Junior College on Tuesday. That's right, to take on the Plains women. It's next Tuesday, and then they'll be battling Fort Hays Tech Northwest in Goodland, Kansas on Sunday next week before they are then battling it out in 2 weeks' times in the Region 9 tournament, whether that be in Hastings or in Beatrice against Southeast Community College and Central Community College in the Region 9. That'll do it here for us today. I will see you all on Friday for more baseball action. North Platte High School facing Grand Island in a doubleheader at Billwood Field. We'll see you all, of course, then with more great action on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
Get ready, North Platte. Brigham's Tap Room has a brand new menu you do not want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams. The Huskers, the North Platte Bulldogs, and the St. Pat's Irish on their big screens. Pair the excitement with our amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience. Don't forget to enjoy axe throwing with your friends. Brigham's Tap Room, where great food, great drinks, and great times come together. Brigham's Tap Room, 1100 South Jefferson Street, North Platte.